Hello everybody, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun, but we're not going to be writing a game today. Instead, we're going to be going over one game, one very special game, a game that has a little bit of a history to it. And I think some people have gotten some wrong opinions about it. Ooh. And I also think that some people believe it's a few different things when it is in fact not. What is this game? What game are we going over? It's got to be something fun and exciting, right? It's got to be something big and something really here. And I wouldn't just start a case randomly for any old game, right? He says to himself, doing fucking Zephyr last week. Now, the game we're going to be going over today is, if I open it up on my little thing here, we are going to be going over a game called Sword World. Sword World 2.5. Now, Sword World's got a little bit of a history, and I'm going to try my best to summarize it the absolute best I can, but Sword World is effectively the Japanese offspring of Dungeons and Dragons. 9-hour microcase begin. I want to try not to make it 9 hours. Don't worry. This might be pretty long, though. I'm not going to lie. We'll get to that in a second, though. But Sword World is the misbegotten child of a very old variety of Dungeons and Dragons. But there comes a point where I need to say, and this is going to be kind of an opener to the rest of this case, is Sword World Japanese D&D? And the answer is no. It really isn't just Japanese D&D. It's being a little bit reductive calling it that. But do I have to say it's very much, I wouldn't say inspired by, but does it have it in its DNA? Yes. Very much so, in fact, to a point where you have to talk about it at first. The actual history of Sword World's a little bit fascinating, but in short, it actually started as a D&D campaign. I'm gonna bring up, this right here is Record of the Lotus War. Now, some ancient weebs may know where this is from, some ancient weebs may not. This is actually a fairly old one at this point, 1990 to 1991, as you can see. But Record of the Lotus War was actually one of the very first replays, because this didn't actually come out in 1990. No, this was the adaptation. Record of the Lotus War was actually, if I go here, go over here, it was a franchise of novels, effectively, starting in 1988 and running to 93, mind you. This was the original cover right here. Sorry, we have to see all this. As you see, Katakao, we'll be talking about them. But Sword World was actually a replay. Now, I may have talked about replays quite a bit on these various cases regarding Japanese RPGs, simply because a replay is a retelling of a campaign, you could say. That's effectively what they are, at the very basics of it. Here is our session that we played. Usually it's a session or series of sessions. Here's what we played, and then we get to redo it effectively. We're retelling the story. Someone has written it out in novel form, and that's how we're going to be doing things. This is a very unique thing to Japan. Nobody else has really done that outside of Dragonlance, but Dragonlance was also kind of its own thing for a while there. Vast majority of replays in Japan are actually done by the people playing them, who write them and then publish them. Which is actually a fairly big thing to kind of know. This isn't Wizards of the Coast publishing, these things. No, this is a group of guys publishing it. And as you can kind of see, 1986 by Group SNE as a Dungeons & Dragons replay magazine. It was serializing a magazine, for God's sakes. Now, the interesting thing was, this had been used in other things, such as Tunnels and Trolls, RuneQuest. There's been a couple ones, but this was the big one. Yeah. This is arguably like one of the major guys here, Ryu Mizuno. Because he was the DM. Yes, this guy was the DM for this game, and he wrote everything down and he adapted it to a bunch of novels that proved to be insanely popular. He would actually go on to make a few different things, such as the Sword World RPG we're going to be going over today, Legends of Crystania, Rune Soldier, which is in the same world, Starship Operators, Record of the Grand Crest War, which was in kind of the same which is another game. Like, this guy's a pretty multi-dimensional dude. But as you can kind of see, there was a lot of popularity when it came to it. See, this is where things get a little bit wonky. Because they actually had to drop Dungeons and Dragons. You kind of see right here, they had to abandon Dungeons and Dragons, and they ended up creating their own. You may be wondering, well, why? Why did we have to drop it? There's a few reasons. One of the major reasons is that getting dice in Japan was actually incredibly expensive all throughout the 90s, even like all throughout the 80s and 90s. D&D was not actually very well known. And it was known as the expensive game because we might think like, oh, getting a D20 is $5 at the corner mart. But back then it was, you had to pay effectively a gambling tax on everything, which was kind of prohibitively expensive to people. Which would later get molded down into just some D6s. Gotta love those D6s, because D6s could be produced locally, they were cheap, and they were easy. It's gambling laws. That's legitimately all it was. It was gambling. It was like gambling taxes and shit like that. Now, the beautiful thing about that is they wanted to do it to make it easier because they were making money off of this. People were buying these books and people were wanting to get into it. And why would you want to fund a non-Japanese game, especially one that people couldn't play? So it's like, hey, we went on to make our own. And they did, which was at first Record of the Lotus War, but which would Lodas or Loda, I say Lotus War, which would eventually go on to create their own thing. Technically, one of the most famous characters is Deedlit. Deedlit, you know, Deedlit is what we would kind of traditionally think as the Japanese elf. The long ears, the ridiculous pauldrons. This is what we would like traditionally think is the Japanese elf. However, this was one of the major people, I believe. Let me see if I can't pull you up properly. He's effectively a novelist. These are all guys who knew each other. The original players, campaign set, yeah, you kind of see here. These guys were the original people. And he would go on to write a bunch of things, you know, kind of more sci-fi things. But that's kind of the baseline where we get it. That's where we get the first Sword World. Here, now, let me see, this was the original cover, mind you, for Sword World. Well, probably what a lot of people assume to be one of the most classic versions is right here. This is what a lot of people actually assume the game was like, and it did have a lot of that original fantasy artwork to it. It clearly was inspired by D&D, but it went in a very different direction. Because you gotta remember this. This is a very important thing to remember. This was not a game built on the back of, well, we're making a war game, we're making this, we're making that. No. This was a game built on, we're adapting this war game because our book series is doing really well. And that book series got even bigger. And that's why we actually have a lot of replay culture in Japan. I think that's actually a very major reason we see so many replays now, and how that's just kind of a basic thing for people to understand as you start out. We'll get to that in a minute, Noonie. Trust me, there's a lot more of Sword World than anything. It is literal, by the way. But that that kind of DNA seeps into a lot of things. And to answer some questions, can you say Legend of Vox Machina is a replay? Yes, but more in the vein of Dragonlance. I would call it more in the vein of the Dragonlance novels than kind of the strict replays. The replays are kind of weird in some respects. Let's see. Where's the Japanese dwarf? There's a few of them. Let's see, calls our game Sword World. HT, Until the Reckoning, U3 printed FTM types, they look like competing. But yeah, this is kind of the basic. This would later go on, and mind you, this was released in, when was it released? 1989 and 1996 is when the complete edition came out. In 2008, mind you, 2008 is when we got a second edition of Sword World. Yes, just when D&D 4th edition was launching, we actually got a second edition of Sword World. 2018, Sword World 2.5 was launched. Generally speaking, Sword World 2.5 is not an old game. This came out, roughly speaking, about 5 years ago, which is, in the grand scheme of things, not that old. And this is their 2.5. This is effectively their 3rd edition, and they did change a lot. But to highlight this in more of an illustrated fashion, because I like drawing. Now, that kind of illustrate this. If we say if we say D&D, and we kind of call this more like your 2E, / 1E era, I kind of call it that because they were kind of in that era. If we say the going down of this path would be your 3E, and that would lead to 4E, and in turn, 5E. You can also say from this, we saw the birth of the OSR movement. And then we have kind of it splitting off of, we have new SR, we've got, classic. But from over here, we see Sword World, which would then split off to be Sword 2.5. There is quite a bit of deviance going on this track. That's an important idea to understand. There's a lot of deviance. So calling Sword World 2.5 would be akin to saying 5E is similar to classic 2nd edition. Or saying Morkborg is very similar to classic 2E. The deviance has gone so far, it's no longer really applicable to call it something. Simple to understand, alright? We all on the same page, correct? Me. Alright, since this is a Japanese game, you're talking about the ideal way to sit at the table. No. I don't know what you mean. Morkborg is a quintessential OSR game. Shut up, Ethical. You damn well know. Yeah, there's actually quite a few different things here. There's even video games produced. One of the more classical ones was literally Sword World 2.5, 2.0 DS. They did actually have a DS game. Yeah, they just had a full-on, like, Nintendo DS game that you had to roll your stats and everything for it. You see starter sets here. The classic 2.0, the 2.0 cover, and then we got the 2.5 ones. But now we've kind of established this. Who's actually doing this? Who actually is the people who make these games? Generally speaking, though, it is Fujimi Shobo, which we've actually gone over these guys before. You see, they're the ones who do Dragon Magazine, and quite a few different ones of the. Generally speaking, the idea of Slayers, the idea of a lot of these kind of fantasy manga that we think of as like classic, came from Dragon Magazine. And quite a few different ones. And yeah, Sword World comes from these guys. You see even here, Rune Shoulders right here. It's by the same fucking guy. Ryumizuna. There's, yeah, you can see right here, Sword World, Slayer, Scrap Princess, High School DxD, all of those belong to Sword World. In the same world, you could say. However, the company that kind of runs everything is Group SNE. See, this founded in 1986. They do a lot of things, technically. Now, if we go to, we're going to have to break the website here a little bit. Welcome to the Group SNE website, because the Japanese web design never advanced beyond 2001. I would love to say otherwise. It's just 2001. But we've talked about Group SNE quite a bit. This is the Ghost Hunter 13. This is Sword World. You kind of see here. You can even see the idea of the original record of the record of the Lotus War games right here. You can see everything you want. You see kind of like the more expansions that they've been putting out. Ghost Hunter, Dice of the Dead, which apparently, according to saying, is just terrible. Like, it's just a bad game, but hey, that's the fun part. They also do a lot of translation work. They're the ones who brought Pugmire over, for example. They're the ones who published Call of Cthulhu, I believe. You kind of see Monarchies of They also did the Dark Souls RPG. They did the Goblin Slayer RPG, which we'll be talking about quite a bit. Complete Kobold Guide Game Design. All of these things they have translated and brought over to the Japanese space. These guys are probably one of the, if not the largest, tabletop role-playing in Japan. These guys are clearly, like, top of the line. And because they own probably the first major Japanese tabletop RPG. Sword World 2.5, Sword World is probably one of the very first major ones. They kind of set the tone. However, you can kind of make an argument that Fear is kind of like their direct competitor in some aspects, the Far East Amusement Research Company, which they've kind of taken the format that they've kind of put down and have expanded on it. They've changed things. They've clearly done their own thing. And as you can kind of see here, there's quite a few different games. They've gone a lot more down the we want replays, we want things like that. We want to encourage you to make your own stuff. There's actually a lot here. It's interesting, though. And the venerable versus the newer school. Welcome back to 2000, baby. Yeah, what people are memeing about in my chat, let me bring up the official seating chart. Was Chris Metzen influenced by Weeb Elves? I wouldn't be surprised, Risotto. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Probably a little bit of A, a little bit of B. It's one of those things like it goes back and forth with each other so often. This is from an RPG called Visions. This was posted in my server. This is the correct seating chart, which we've been memeing on quite a bit recently. A lot of these Japanese games are very particular about how you are seated or how you are supposed to play. This just being a pure expression of genius, in my opinion. Sword World, though, is kind of interesting. As I knock out my Twitch. I just closed out of the Twitch thing here. Give me 1 second to find my way back. There we are. Sword World is actually pretty unique in that regard. But now we've kind of got we've got the basics. We understand what's going on. Now, you may be wondering, hey, what about the Goblin Slayer tabletop role-playing game? The Goblin Slayer one. You can see it right here, because that's what Yen Press is calling it. Yen Press, fix it, you fucking idiots. But this is the Goblin Slayer TRPG, which is by Group SNE and is totally just Sword World. Yeah. Interesting note. I want you to think about it like this. Goblin Slayer is the summation of the 3 400-page books Sword World is comprised of. We are not going over all 400 pages. So Goblin Slayer is pretty much the pick and choose of those to make sure that they get as much as they want, but also incredibly simplified and cut down. Goblin Slayer is very much its own thing, which if we were to go back to our little chart here, we go to our nice little charty warty here, because we all like our Goblin Slayer would be down here. As just gradually it's evolved to be its complete different thing. But I want to get that get that out of the way right now before we kind of go more formally going over this. This is a free translation, by the way. I want everybody to kind of understand that this was translated by, who the fuck are you people? By Acquid and Momo. Yeah, you gotta remember these, Acquid and Momo, these are the two translators that actually put everything out. And you kind of see translation release date. This came out really not too long ago. You kind of see here, these are all the people who were involved in it. And one of the things here is I did not actually believe this was real for a very long time. Because if you actually go and, like, okay, like, let's find the, let's type in Sword World English. You type that in, this is the first thing that actually pops up, which is the 2.0 one. I never actually saw this. This one, I just never assumed it was real. I just wasn't a thing. But yeah, it's right here, actually. It's the complete translation is right here. So if you just want it, you can just, it's here. This came out a few months ago, so ta-da! I just want everyone to know. I would also like to make at this time a very formal apology. Are they legit or Google? They are legit. They are full on. They are the ones who did the original Sword World 2.0 translation. And then they were the ones who did 2.5. They're full on. They're not like me, Zen. They're not like me at all. I duong. I don't translate. I duong. Now, I would like to make my formal apology to Troll Lord Games, because he actually posted the Google Drive link to this game. He actually posted the Google Drive link to it, and I was like, the fuck are you doing, you stupid fucker? And I didn't know it was actually out there. That was the thing, because I don't visit Reddit. But he was also trying to tag it as like OSR and stuff right during the OGL crisis. So it's like, I still said, no, don't do this. However, I do apologize slightly. I didn't know this was just publicly available. I didn't know. I thought it was more in more closed circuits, because that's what I've always been told. It exists, but you can't get it. Until a few months ago, apparently. Yeah, because the Russian JTRPG translator posted it. Yeah, this came out when I was getting ready to go to the UK. I think that was one of the reasons why I kind of missed everything on it. So I just it didn't even come across my desk even. So, and my only assumption was like, oh, that's why I never actually went over Sword World. Was it's just a wiki. I want a PDF. But here we are. But let's begin. We're a half hour in. We've established our baseline. We know what's going on. Originally published by Fujimi Shobo. You kind of see there, Kai Kitazawa. If we want to, let's do a quick look. If we do to, I'm gonna make a wild guess that it's not gonna pop up at all. But fun fact, it doesn't. He doesn't pop up at all. He definitely wrote it. Is this the guy? Is this his Instagram? I don't know. You kind of see here he's on Abe Books. He's done quite a few different things. Parasite Blood, Rulebooks, Sword World 2.0 Replay, 2.0 Supplements Guide. He's been working on Sword World for a very long time. Like, this guy clearly knows what he's doing. So, that's kind of the basics there. The basic understanding. So, going through here, you may be wondering, Notepad, that is a 442 page book. That's insane. Well, not really. This is the 437 page book. This is the second core rulebook, 437 pages. And don't worry, we have the 470 core book number 3. Have no fear, children. We are in good hands. Now, you may be wondering, wow, wowie zowie, those things look like fucking huge. You gotta remember this is on B6. This is 5.83 by 8.27. These are not big books. These are actually pretty damn small. And we have a size-wise anyway, not like length-wise. Hey, this is pretty common. I had to establish everything first, McDruzel. This is important. You have to establish everything first. All of this. Do you know what do you know what tabletop games are? Yes. Okay, we're already 10 pages in. So I'm gonna give you a brief rundown. Let me give you all a brief rundown on the lore real fast, so we all know what's on the docket. Pretty much the lore. Hell yeah, the lore. The lore. Where's a good image to talk about the lore with? Yeah, the lore. Here we go. I guess we'll use this one. So, this is the world called Raxia. Raxia is a massive world that was actually formed by 3 god-tier super swords. And whoever touched these swords actually became gods in more than a few ways. The people who became gods obviously got mad at each other, as the god swords did not much care for one another. They started fighting, the world was nearly destroyed, and eventually one sword, I can't even remember his fucking name, killed itself. It said, I don't want to be a part of this war anymore. I don't want to kill anybody. And the world went calm, mostly because it was like, holy shit, one of the super gods, one of the 3 founders of the universe, just killed itself. So when we see Sword World, yes, the world was made by 3 swords. It is quite literally a sword world. Now, this led to about many thousands of years of human development. Well, not human development, but just development of the world in general. There have been empires, there have been fallen empires, there have been problems, there have been sins, there have been general problems throughout the world. Magitech was actually fairly common for a while, but there has been a problem. The demons, or barbles, where was it? The Barbarous, that's what their name. The evil monsters, like orcs and goblins, like them, invaded. And 300 years ago, they damn near won. They destroyed civilization almost entirely, and they almost won. But their king was slain at the 11th hour, and they failed. Civilization has been rebuilt for 300 years. We have lost a lot of progress, but the world is safe, quote unquote. And you, yes, you are adventurers in this sword world, TM, and you're going to be going out there to try to save the day, or fail miserably, maybe both. So yeah, that's the basics of the lore. Rabbit people. Yes, we'll get to the tabbits. We will get to the races. We will understand everything going on there. On here. Yes, welcome to Sword World 2.5. This is an introduction to everything. You gotta remember, this is a lot of people's first game, so we kind of got what we're going to be working with. Generally speaking, you just need this section, part 2 and maybe part 3. Part 2 is really the only game. Everything in this game is, you're going to be amazed when you learn this, 2d6. Every single action in this game is going to be 2d6 of some variety. If you're like, wow, this is you're going to be rolling 2d6 or 1d6. Every single thing you do, This is the simplest system known to human history. I love it. It's great. Yeah, it's a very simplistic game. Based. Yeah, it's almost every single thing is done via D6. And it was actually kind of interesting when I was going through it because I'm like, okay, there has to be other dice here. There has to be something else, right? And there isn't. There just really isn't. And to kind of highlight how overwhelmingly simple this game is, I had to draft in the most powerful man available. I had to bring in Slough Menleta Feg, who is an elf. As you can see, he's very elf-like. Now, this is the character sheet. Now, mind you, this is the front half of the character sheet. This is the back half of the character sheet. You may be wondering, okay, is that it? Like, yes, this is legitimately it. This is all that you need to worry about. It's like, okay, this seems really complicated. It's not. Man, what do you mean it's not? It's not. Every single thing you do is going to be a 2d6 in some variety. They don't even have like a 3d6 or anything like that. This just isn't a golden rules to remember. Now we'll go here with the emotionally dead Chan. Now this is very simplistic. Yeah, if you're going into this being like, man, this is the simplest OSR game I've ever read. Shut up, McDrizzled. It's a tiefling, not an elf. Have no fear. Do not fear the horn elf. Now, one of the things with this is that this is a 2d6 game. And that's it. And as I was talking about earlier, McDrizzled, it is not a OSR game. Do not associate the two. They are cousins, yes, but not very different in the way they approach things. But this is, kind of the basic. We are 18 pages in. We have learned how to roll nothing. But this is kind of the artwork throughout. I actually do enjoy the artwork. I think it looks fine. I think it has a charm to a certain Japanime charm to it, Japanime TM. Now, let's learn how to make a PC. Let's learn how to make a character, everybody. We can either choose to have easy creation, which is going to take you less than 10 minutes, or detail creation, which might take you 30 minutes to an hour. Easy creation. Select a sample character, just copy the character sheet, and roll some dice to determine your history. That's it. Congratulations, everybody. We did it. They even have an entire page to help you figure out what you would like. He looks like she wants to. Looks like she wants to stab someone. She is a priest. Thank you very much. She does not want to stab anybody. I think maybe. So yeah, I don't want to use magic. One hit kills with a sword. Yeah, I want to be a master of martial arts. I want to use magic. I want to support my ally. I want to attack from the rear. They even tell you, like, here's what a balanced party actually looks like. You need, like, everybody should, like, half the people should be fighting in the rear, but half the people are going to be fighting in the front line. Here are our sample characters. This is going to be a common thing throughout all the books. Human Warrior, Warrior McMahon. Here's his entire character sheet. This is legitimately all you need. Elf Priest Sword Master. I will not overlook wrongdoing. In the name of my God, repent. You kinda see here. This is what she looks like. Dwarf Paladin. Yeah, I don't know why nobody else has two characters. Has two instances really, except the Dwarf Paladin core book. So here's the Dwarf Paladins. Here is Lady Dwarf, and here is an absolute fucking lad. They kind of go over here, they talk about everybody, how to make characters, how to do things. We will learn about how to do corrections. Priest, like, hey, this is how you make a priest. This is how you do everything. Heavy maces, holy symbols. Now, I ended up making just randomly rolling. I ended up with a priest sorcerer. As you can tell, good old Slough here did his best to try to make the most like average character possible. I actually came out to be pretty decent, all things considering. Like the ones that I didn't do too hot in were like I didn't have like a shit ton of health, but that's pretty common. These are tabbets. Tabbets are little rabbit fuckers who apparently descended from God. So, this is the tabbet stats. This is what they do. They are also super mega bullshit insane, Superman effectively. There's also golems. There's also a golem. You can play a golem with a fucking gat if you want to. Yeah, if you want to play a rune folk gunner, you totally can. This is how you play them. You're full on attack. These are the nightmare magic warriors, the nightmares. Which if you want to make a tiefling, you're going to effectively be making a nightmare, but technically anyone can become one. We'll get to that a little bit later. But this is how you play it. If you want the full-on furry race, you have to play the Lycant Boxer. Which we will quickly learn that similar to... Yeah, you will learn similar to Goblin Slayer. Anytime you select the Grappler class, prepare to like have the world try to bend over backwards to to deal with you. Spiked boots, throwing weapon. Yeah, it's they go a little bit hard. This is putting together some profiles, roll some history on your history table if you feel like it. And yeah, they even go over how to create a character with easy creation. It is very important that they teach you how to do this. And then they teach you how to read the character sheets. Generally speaking, it's pretty simple once you understand it. The only odd ones, you're kind of looking throughout here. And it's like, okay, where's the complicated part? Where's the real hard bit? I would say it's up here. And we'll get to like the reason why this is a little bit complicated, but it's also not complicated in the slightest. Do not think this game is hard, everybody. Please, I am legitimately begging you, do not think this is difficult. So, detailed creation. Wow, there's 9 whole steps. Yes, there are 9 whole steps, including step 1. Have a character sheet. Step 1. Make sure you have a character sheet. Casual gaming. Fucking desk is falling apart. Now, there are a few different races. We have humans, which are humans, and almost every race has one of these, which is a racial ability. Once per day on any skill check, damage calculation, or loot determination, switch the face of the roll 2d6 to the opposite side. So 1 becomes 6, 2 becomes 5, 3 becomes 4. Pretty simple. What the big thing is here is, if we go down to Elf, we did Dark Vision. For some reason, the elves they can move freely underwater. They can hold their breath for an hour. After spending an hour submerged, they must spend 1 minute breathing normally. Elves can speak normally while underwater. I have no idea. This comes out of fucking nowhere for me. I actually read. I'm like, okay, what's the thing with elves? They just don't. It just doesn't. Now, these are what you're going to do vast majority of the time. You can select one of these backgrounds if you want. If you want, anyway. But the vast majority of the time, what you're going to do, you're going to take your 2d6, you're going to roll. I rolled a 3. So in this case, I would say my background would be a warrior, and my starting class would be fencer. These would be my basic set of stats, and this is how much experience I have. Now, as an elf, I ended up rolling as a cleric right here. So I'm 9, 5, 12. You can say these are your base stats. These are your base ability scores. These won't change. This is who you are. By virtue of being an elf cleric, I ended up with these. That's just my background. That's who I am. That's my history. And you may see like, okay, some of these look a little bit weird, especially if you were saying a magician with a 10-3-13. Yeah, you can kind of be a little bit excessive in some regards. You know, it's, let's see, this would be 14, 20, 26. This would be 13, 20. Generally speaking, everyone's going to get about 26 points to kind of distribute among themselves. Now, you may be wondering, what about these, what about these experience points? What's up with that, Notepad? Well, this is actually how you're going to be purchasing classes later on. Now, the two classes that don't, you see Fencer and Marksman, these ones, excuse me, these aren't actually main classes. These aren't actually main ones. These are side classes, similar to how you kind of see here with Ranger. Sage is a side class. It's a minor class, while Ranger's a main class. All right, so, Dwarf. We have Dwarves are completely immune to fire, because of course they are. These are Tabbits. Tabbits are stupid. And you want to know why Tabbits are stupid? Because Tabbits are little rabbit people who believe that they are made of fractured gods, and they cannot become priests. That's the gimmick there. They can't become priests. Rune folk cannot become priests because they're robots. You kind of see here, they've got quite a few different things over here of what they can become. If you want to be a punch robot, nothing's going to stop you from being a punch robot. Nightmares are a little bit odd. Now, we're going to talk about nightmares for a bit. Yeah, Japanese TTRPGs be like, step 1 of 20, remember to clean the table. So the idea of nightmares is that you are born with a mutation, a single soul scar. You usually have a small horn on your head. Everybody hates you because you are literally cursed by God. And you do your best, but you can also have an alternate form and go gamer mode. That's just what happens. Yeah, if you want to play the thing is, if you want to play a dwarf nightmare, you actually are susceptible to fire. If you want to play a human, a human nightmare, you become susceptible to earth. Or elves with water. You pretty much become the opposite of what you are if you go gamer mode. Kind of see down here, this is kind of like what their basic stats would look like and their basic ideas. Then we have the humanoid race of indigenous to the Alpine climate, with tails and ears covered with abundant fur. The furries. These are the furry race, okay? Beast form. You can transform into a werewolf if you feel like. That's a thing you can do if you want. I can't stop you. Now we have to determine our ability score. This is what I mean by it's a little bit funky with the ability score. So let's do it. Let's do it to it. Now, your ability scores, you're going to roll them. Now, this is what this is. This is the correction, you could say. The A, B, C, D, E, and F. These are what you're going to be rolling as your ability scores. So, as an elf, you're going to be rolling 2d6 for everything except C, in which C is obviously going to be your strength. Elves are not very strong. So you're going to take your 2d6, you're going to roll, and like, wow, I rolled a 10. So I'm going to be adding a 10 to the A category or something similar to that. Now, you see here in my stats, I have a skill of 9, and I rolled an 11. I did really good in my first roll. So I would have a dexterity of a total of 20. I divide it by 6, and I have a 3. I've done it, everybody. I've taught you how to make a vast majority of your character. Hey, what's your body is 2? What'd you roll for your strength? Oh, you rolled a 2? Well, you get a 2. Hey, you rolled a 6, right? For F, you got a spirit of 18. You kind of see here, some are more predetermined to others. For example, the dwarf here, their dwarf spirit ability is actually 2d6 plus 6. So if you roll well enough, you might have 14, 15 points in your your spirit, baseline here. But you might also be a nightmare and roll god awful for your basic, mental stats because you're a fucking idiot. The nightmare can't become priest. Let's do a quick check. No, yeah, the nightmares technically can become a priest. Because the only ones who can't become priests are, again, Tabbits and Runefolk. Runefolk because they are literal gods, don't like them very much, and Tabbits because they believe that they are the fraction of a god. That's legitimately the reason. But yeah, no, this is how they do things. This is how they give you your ability modifiers. You may be also looking, is that a 35? Is that a 35? See? And the answer is yes. They do encourage you to roll multiple times. Since I'm not a baby bitch, I didn't roll multiple times because I find that funny. Majority of the time, a vast majority of the time, you're going to have at least a 1 or a 2. Unless you roll extremely poorly, mind you. Unless you are rolling atrociously poorly, you will at least have a 1 or a 2 ability modifier. You kind of see here, I ended up with a very high dexterity score and a very high spirit score. Pretty good in my book. Even my lowest 2 stats, a 7 and an 8, with I rolled a 2 and a 3 on a D2D6, mind you, I still have a +1 for these things. Because these ability score modifiers are going to be almost everywhere. Because these are going to be influenced in, hey, these are your techniques, your movement, your observation, or your knowledge checks. Oh, okay. Easy enough to understand. Oh, well, you also have to add in your intelligence modifier to your monster knowledge, your agility modifier to your initiative. Your movement speed is just your agility. Hey, what's your dex mod? What's your strength mod? Okay, easy enough to understand. What's your magic power mod? What's your intelligence? What's your fortitude? What's your willpower mods? The thing is, it gives you a lot of stuff to kind of calculate, but once that's done, you will never be adding anything higher than a 5. Like, that's one thing you gotta understand. You will never roll anything higher than a +5. A spirit whiz plus charisma. Spirit is your mental toughness. Like, they actually don't really have a charisma attribute. There isn't one. If you want to do something charisma based, it's actually intelligence. If yeah, it would actually be more along the intelligence check, but it's like, yeah, you're also technically doing a bunch of other things, but yeah, it's not really spirit, it's just mental toughness. Yeah, there's no charisma attribute or anything, like direct, like, charisma attribute. It's okay to play a badly optimized character. You can't really make a bad character in this game. No horny bard good. Don't worry, we will find the horny bards later. Have no fears, Empire. How do I want to word this? You do not need to... This game makes it very difficult for you to play a shitty character. It is incredibly difficult to make a shitty, bad character. And if you are making a bad character, you are going out of your way to make bad choices. And even then, you still have a point. You still have a purpose. You can still do something. And oftentimes, even, like, the game will, like, recommend, like, do not do this. We heavily discourage you doing this. And then it'll immediately say, but if you do choose to do this, this is what you're going to be doing. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, even if you choose, like, the least optimal path of doing things, you will still have something. You have to go out of your way to fuck up. You know, they kind of explain how things go. This is what they want you to do. And they even outright say, being like, if there's one set of stats that you just don't like, just ask the GM and have them, you know, and let you reroll it. You know, your classes acquisition. This is what I mean by our classes acquisition. You're going to need to buy your classes, which are either going to be major classes or minor classes. Now, you may get under the idea like, oh, major classes are the good ones, while minor classes aren't good. No. Major classes are applied to a lot of different ideas, a lot of different concepts, or give you something a little bit more in the grand scheme of things. Minor classes often give you specific abilities, specific effects, or specific things that are easier to level up. This first core book only goes to level 6, technically, in any class. But these are the things such as Sage. Now, Sage is an interesting class, and I want to talk about Sage here for a bit, because Sage is a bonus to your knowledge checks here. It's also a bonus to your monster knowledge here. It's also it's also a bunch of just little bonuses that you can use in different places. In different sections and different places, you can just roll your Sage, because your class doesn't actually mean much. You know, I just said, like, wait, you just said major classes were super important, but minor classes were super unimportant. What do you mean by that? When I take a level in, you see down there, I have 2 levels in Priest. By taking 2 levels in Priest, I'm not necessarily getting a level 2 Priest ability or something. You know, it's like I'm not going down this track like D&D. I've just increased my ability to be a priest of, Kalia by, you see right there, Kalia by 1. And because I am a level 2 priest, I increase my magic power by 1. And, hey, you need to make a knowledge check really fast. You really need to make this check real fast. And you're like, hey, you're a priest of Kalia, right? You're like, yeah, I'm a priest of Kalia. Add your priest to it. So I'm like, okay, my intelligence is 2, my priest is 2. So I'm gonna be rolling my 2d6. I rolled a 14. Be like, yeah, okay, you totally succeed. You know, because you're a priest of Kalia. That's all classes technically do. So when you see, like, oh man, all these check packages, oh, this is super weird and wonky. Like, why is all these things here? They're literally being able to add things. Because if you want to have better evasion chance, you take a few levels in Fighter. Because if you take a few levels in Fighter, you're going to be able to move faster. Because you're a better fighter. Hey, you're taking a few levels in Marksman. You're going to be better at shooting people with the bow. I'm pogging out, everybody. This is amazing. So, when they're talking about the major and minor classes, the major classes have more broad utility over the minor classes, but the minor classes really inform some of the major ones. You know, they do talk about things. Generally speaking, they want you to do a 2-1. They want you to have, 2 in one class and maybe 1 in another. Or they want you to do like a 2-1-1 with 2 minor classes. So if you want to say, for example, if we open this up, if I want to play like a warrior, if I have like warrior 2, for example, I could also have, sage 1 and like fencer 1. This is completely legal. I've paid enough. I've got everything I need. And you're like, well, that's not very useful. But yeah, I'm a little bit smart. I'm a good fencer, and I know how to fight people pretty well. I get a +3 to all my attacks. I'm like, oh, okay. This is how you acquired languages. Language acquired by race. Wizard type class languages. Okay, easy enough to understand. Everybody is going to... Yeah, they have an entire thing on languages. So, obviously, I speak Elf. I thought that was fairly important. I also speak and read Trade Common, and I talk Arcana. Yeah, that's what I can do. List of the various languages out there. Go me, everybody. You learn them. How each one... Yeah, it's like, yeah, here, you want to learn about Ancient Celestial? Cool. Here's the examples of selecting classes. Wow. So this is the idea of combat. Combat feats are a little bit odd. And I think this is going to be one of those things that are going to throw people off, but it's really not complicated. The entire idea is that at first level, you can get a few basic combat feats. You're going to get 1 basic combat feat. But instead of something like 3.5, for example, where it's like, okay, there's a feat for this, there's a feat for this, there's a feat for this, this isn't really the case. You're not going to actually have many feats. You kind of see down here, you're going to get a maximum at the very end of the day, about 15 feats at level 15. The core book, this first rule book, only goes to level 6. So yeah, you're just going to take this. have no fear. You're only going to get like 2-3 feats. But what do these do? You know, you could say, for example, hey, I'm taking weapon proficiency, you know, A rank. I want to take weapon proficiency swords by 1. What does that actually mean? That means you can use A tier swords and increase their damage by +1. Oh. Hey, I want to take repeated strikes. Okay, when you evade, you know, when evaded, you can attack again. Oh. Hey, I'm a wizard. What do I want to do? Well, you can take meta magic and targets, increase the number of spell targets. So I can heal multiple people with a single spell. Yes. So I want to hit someone with a magic bolt better. So how do meta magic accuracy? Oh. The vast majority of these are pretty simple to understand once you're like, oh, that's all they do. If you want to say, hey, I'm doing an aimed attack, you just increase your accuracy by 1. Wow. Wow. Good job, team. We did it. There are a lot more than these. Here's the thing to kind of understand. There's a lot more than these. These are just the basic ones they want you to go over. These are like the absolute simplest ones. But they legitimately even have a, hey guys, what you sure? Like we just want to make sure that you know what you're doing. Like you're playing a fighter, right? You want to protect people. Well, if you want to protect people, use cover 1. Take that one. Hey, you want to really make sure you're gonna hit? Take aimed attack 1. Hey, you really want to deal extra damage? Power strike. Take power strike. Yeah, you kind of see some of these. The grapplers get actually a free one because grapplers are weird and we don't talk about grapplers. Now, then you get 1,200 gold to purchase your gear. They do legitimately just tell you to just, this is what the shit you should buy because you're stupid if you don't. They even say recommendation. Like, please, here's how you buy things. This is the example of buying things. How to calculate all your values. None of these are really complicated. None of the math really is hard. Because you get things like, what's your adventure level? The highest learned class. That's your adventure level. How do I calculate my HP and MP? Here, this is all you do it. This is how you do it. It's pretty easy. Ta-da, we did it, everybody. I'm an hour late to the Microcase. I bet it's still going on. Yeah, we're on page 81 of 440. You don't worry, you're in. Don't have no fear. So it's like, what's your monster knowledge? What's your movement? What's your weapon data? What's your armor data? They really want to hand you shit. They really want to explain things to you in graphic detail. Now, for those of for the few who watched my Goblin Slayer video, one of the things is what they do is they say, hey, here's an idea. You can buy equipment. Here's 2 pages of me explaining how to buy equipment. And then later on, they'll reiterate, you can buy equipment with this money you got earlier on, and here's how to reference the fact that you got money earlier on. Is it cheaper to print a lot of small pages like this or something? You gotta remember, the Japanese usually print on cheaper paper, relatively speaking, kind of more like newsprint. And they like these smaller books more. They just like the smaller books rather than what we would, rather than the, quote, traditional sized, end quote. They like these. You'll need to explain that you could spend money to buy things. Yes, they explain it to you twice. Because you gotta remember, Varric, this is going to be a lot of people's first game. They may not understand that. And like, yes, you need to purchase equipment. Please buy equipment. I'm begging you. It's I do think it's a lot of, the paper is probably a little bit cheaper. It is easier to, I don't want to, it's easier to slot this into a bookcase than like a larger book. Because you see like the full, like in D&D, for example, you see the full 8.5 by 11 book. That's kind of an awkward size to put on a bookshelf somewhere, especially if your bookshelves are smaller. And so you just kind of slot them in. That was the one thing I actually noticed with Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer is not a big book. It's actually a very small, kind of a smaller one. And, compared to, my Cyberpunk 2020 book that I have right next to it, it's dwarfed in size, but is 4 times the length. Final touches: completion of character using detailed creation. So it is page 85, mind you. This is page 85, and we've learned how to make a character. And I want to re-emphasize, this is not complicated. All this took me about 20 minutes to do. This entire thing, I took more time trying to get all of, the fonts correct to make it look nice. This is super simple. I would say, the most complicated series of classes and stuff you could make would be, grapplers. Because the problem with grapplers is that there's a lot of rules and a lot of things which are, except if you're a grappler. Hey everybody, you get X, Y, and Z. Except if you're a grappler, then you get A, B, and C. Oof. Hey everybody, this is the things that you get. Except if you're a grappler, then you get this. That's a very common thing in this game. God hates the monk, is all I'm saying. God hates fight, you punch men. Yeah, we got our basic classes here. Now we're going to talk about our basic class levels. 2 class growth rates. So, what do fighters do? Fighters fight. What do grapplers do? They fight. What do fencers do? Well, kind of see here, hey, although inferior fighters and grapplers when compared to raw offense comes to varied attacks and the potential to unleash incredible one-hit damage. Strength lords have to determine minimum strength requirements they meet. However, fencers benefit from increased chance of generating criticals. Although inferior to fighters and grapplers when comparing raw offense defense, their higher critical chance means they have potential to unleash incredible one-hit damage. Cool. So, yeah, you could technically increase your fencer class a lot faster, because it's a fencer. You also get things like the marksman. Hey, I have a gun. Ta-da, oh hey, I have a bow. If you're a wizard type class, you can be a sorcerer, a conjurer, a priest. All 3 of these are different. One uses true speech, one uses spiritualism, and one uses divine magic. You can technically take ranks in all 3 of them. You can become a sorcerer, conjurer, priest, and you just have to calculate this just independently of one another. I chose to be a priest sorcerer because that's what I picture a Slough to be. But you can also play an artificer if you want. If you want to play an artificer, you use guns. You have the magic of the gat. Although in other advantages, it's easier referencing by page where there's less of a page. The grapplers are frog the jam. I get. Yeah, God hates grapplers. That's just one thing you got to remember. God hates the grapplers. And this was the problem was this was the exact same fucking problem that Goblin Slayer had. Where it was every single thing in the world seemed to just want to dab on the fucking martial artist. No matter what you did, if you played a martial artist, the game went out of its way to make sure that you couldn't have fun. Now, for those wondering, hey, this seems a little bit wonky from Goblin Slayer, for example. Goblin Slayer, a lot of these classes are very similar. A lot of these classes are very similar, but there are some that are gone. Grappler kind of got changed around a little bit. Fencer's not included. Marksman's somewhat included. But they don't have the minor-major dichotomy in Goblin Slayer. Everything's just a major class, technically. Except when you get things, but then you get some odd ones like, hey, the Scout, for example. you know, as a scout, you get this ability. You know, you're a minor class, and it's really good because you're really good at reconnaissance, investigation, and you get to have the initiative skill. Hey, you're a ranger, which was a major class in Goblin Slayer, which is no longer a major class here. There is technically no, by sheer technicality, there isn't actually a class in this game, which is just ranger. You cannot actually play just ranger man, because it's a minor fucking class. And then you have Sage. Sage is just good because anytime you take a Sage class level, you learn a new language. You can speak or read a new language. Ta-da! Cool. We've learned about all the classes. You've learned how to take the classes, and you've learned how to do everything. Generally speaking, pretty simple to understand. 90 pages in now. One thing to note, and I'm going to bring up the second rulebook just so we kind of understand. A lot of the rulebooks add new things for you to do. They add new abilities, new context, new classes even. Where was the... Now, for example, new classes, you might be, hey, you can play, you can play this new race over here. You want to play a Lil Draken bodybuilder? Cool. You can choose to play an enhancer. You can choose to play a bard, for example. Hey, you want to play a fucking weird one of these fuckers? You technically can. And guess what? You can play a fairy tamer. You want to play a fairy tamer? Fairy tamers are funny. I got some new background tables. If you want to play a new background tables for different characters, you can. Additional rate. If you want to play nightmares of different races, you can. Yeah, there's more languages to fucking learn. Like, each additional rulebook adds just more stuff for you to do. Yeah, no, because you get things like the Enhancer, for example, in the second rulebook, and kind of touched on them. Their entire thing is that they can convert mana to do bigger things while fighting still. So, hey, you want to play a fighter man? If you take 2 levels in Enhancer, you suddenly can, channel your mana to power slam someone a lot easier and grow stronger. Or you just say, fuck it, and take some ranks in Scout, for example, go faster. Hey, you can take some ranks in Priest and learn how to do that. People have said Sword World's really big on multi-classing. I don't think that's quite the right way of wording it. But yeah, it's a major thing. Being a fighter is big, and you can always find more things. But this is how you roll. You're going to take 2d6. Okay, everybody, get your 2d6s out. We've got our 2 little d6s here. You're going to add a class level, plus your ability modifier. That's it. Good job, everyone. Good job, team. We did it. Sometimes you're going to be adding your adventure level, which is, again, just right up here. But that's it. That's it, everybody. We did it. We did it, everybody. Sometimes you're going to be making skill checks that you just don't have anything in you, so you just zero. And if you don't have anything, what's going to happen is that you're going to be treated as 0, and you're just going to make a straight roll. So it's like, oh, wow, I can't add my initiative or something. I can't add this. Instead of being able to add your ability modifier, you're just going to roll as 2d6. That's all you're going to be rolling. Double 6 is automatic success. Double 1s are auto fails. But, interestingly enough, where is it? You actually get experience points for automatic failures. If you straight up fail, you get at least something. But have no fear, there's a second chart to explain to us how to make a skill check. After 3 pages of explaining to us how to make a skill check, there's another chart to explain. Constant reinforcement of ideas. Here's how we explain something. Here's a chart to explain it. Here's how we want to do this. Here's a reference page. Here's how we do this. Here's a method for us to teach you. Here's even an example. They kind of tell you what skill checks look like, but most of the time you're going to be doing with like, hey, you want to do a 9. You're like, you want to roll a 5, 5, 7, 9 or whatever. Generally speaking, it's pretty difficult if you don't know what you're doing. But like, again, for example, I want to learn about the local priesthood. So I'm going to take 2d6. I'm going to add my intelligence modifier, add my priest, and I rolled a, let's see, an 11 plus 2. That's 13 plus 2. I rolled a 15. I would have succeeded on a, you must have some familiarity with the class to be successful. So it's like, yeah, beat 9. Woo, beat 9. Woo, we're doing it, everybody. How to notate proper bonuses. How to use example of bonuses. Here's how to use example of penalties. And how to negate that. How to use different penalties due to poor mobility. And then here's an example of everything. Like, you want an example of skill checks? Here's another example of skill checks. Contested checks are kind of the same thing. Here's simultaneous checks. Here's active versus passive checks. Generally speaking, almost everything you're going to be doing is either going to be opposed 2d6 or just a 2d6 versus a target number. This entire section is wanting to tell you how we do this. That's all it is. How do we do this? Here's an explanation of why. Here's how we notate things properly. And that's it. Now, you kind of see here with like, oh, if you're a ranger, So, this is what they mean by skill check data. So, if you want to do a conceal check, you want to cover up traces left by you or associates, you need a scout or ranger level, and then you want to add your dex mod. That's it. Pretty simple. That's why I mean like scout or first aid or ranger. All of these are actually really useful. Because, yeah, you suddenly can conceal things. You get first aid. You can open locks a lot more reliably. You can pickpocket people. But you also get skill checks like accuracy, which is just warrior types class level plus dex mod to attack with a weapon. That's it. You want to do some agility ones. Honestly, what I would recommend for Manletity here is if he gets some more experience points, he might want to take a rank in Scout. Because he's got such a good dex, he can actually do some of these things. So it's like, yeah, hey, evasion. Evasion's pretty good. You get initiative. You need to have your scout level. Following, intelligence-based, tracking, noticing. A lot of these like Scout or Ranger, Sage, Scout, Ranger, Scout, Ranger, Sage. Remember though, Scout and Ranger don't really do anything else. Scout, Ranger, and Sage don't really do anything else. Except for that one very precise application. You want to be a skill monkey, you're taking a lot of Ranger classes or Sage level classes. But if you want to play a guy on the front line stabbing people, you probably don't want to take those classes. Please take Fencer. Please. No danger spot tracks. Vitality check. How to make a death check. How to make a fortitude check. How to make a willpower check. How to make adventure checks, such as detect. Hey, here's how to make a jump check. Here's how to make a climb check. Here's how to make a strength check. Wowie! Good job, everybody. We've learned how to make checks. We are a fourth through the book. A wide variety of skill checks. Generally speaking, like one of the big things is there's a lot of crossover when it comes to things like Scout and Ranger. So that it's like, hey, if you have Scout in a lot of things, you might not need to worry about it. I put in all these things here just because I thought it would be useful for more than anything, but technically it would be 0, but I would want to take a level in Sage later on so I can get this. If I take a level in Scout, I can get all these things. This is something I want to do as a character. I want to do this. And that's fine. Kind of see here, movement check, hey, movement check packages, technique check packages, observation check packages. Yeah, all these. And then they reiterate to you how to do all of the different skill checks. Okay, everybody, we've done it. We've learned how to play a vast majority of the game. So you may be wondering, okay, what's combat like? One of the major things I kept kind of hearing about Goblin Slayer was really awkward because of its combat system. There was it was kind of this anomalous wibbly wobbly map going on. Very strange. Sword Rule 2.5 actually introduces what they like to call simplified combat. And only in the second rulebook and the third rulebook do they actually expand on it. You kind of even see here in your core Rulebook II. Every single combat encounter is like this. You have the rear guard, the enemy rear guard, and the front line zone. You'll walk into a place, you see the enemies, they see you, your frontliners run up to them, and their frontline guys run up to you, and the fight begins. We're trying to fuck each other up. I'm trying to hit you, you're trying to hit me. We're in this kind of this anomalous frontline zone. We're all swinging at each other. If you want the way they were doing Goblin Slayer in all honesty, gonna bring this one back up. Ha ha ha, you thought you were done, but you were in fact not. Interestingly enough, if I, game rules, no, standard combat. This is standard combat. Yes, they took actually technically the standardized version of combat to put it in Goblin Slayer. But this is the simplified version. Yeah, it's pretty easy, all things, considering. You confirm who's there. You can actually then, before the battle even begins, you can actually declare combat feats or minor actions or anything for combat preparation. Certain spells, certain abilities, certain anything allow you to say, oh, I'm going to use this spell real fast. I'm going to use this real fast. I'm going to do something real fast to give me an advantage. Then you're actually going to need to make a monster knowledge check. If you don't know what the fuck that thing is over there, you're going to say, hey, I'm going to try to learn about that. 9, I got a +1 to it. I got a 10 on it. So I might know what it is. Or I might also figure out its weak spot. If I figure out its weak spot, I can do more damage to it. It goes same, and then you're going to be making an initiative check. The weird thing with the initiative check is it's not just roll initiative, you're fine. No, it's actually a oppose versus them. So let's say, for example, I got a 6, and I think I have a +2, 6, 7, 8, and they have a 7, for example, their initiative. My guys are going first. We're going first. Our team goes, then they go. So you want, if you have a really good scout on your team, you're being able to go first and rip them to shreds. But if you don't, you might get caught and kind of flat-footed. Kind of place your initial foot in there, kind of put your initial pieces down, and there we go. That's pretty much it. You're always going to have 2 actions in combat. You're always going to have your major action and a minor action. But you can also say, hey, you can have a variety, you can have a kind of a variety of different things, such as, hey, you want to move, but if you move, you can't do this. If you want to take a major action, you may not be able to do something else. Now, and then, hey, combat's over. You actually have to roll loot for everybody, but mind you, every single monster slain takes 10 minutes to loot. So you're going to have to work together to loot everyone efficiently. If there are 5 monsters dead and there's 5 of you, you're going to spend 10 minutes going through their pockets to stake things. And, that's it. The basics of turn, again, we got our movement and we got our major action. Now, there's 3 kinds of movements you can do. You can do a full move, which you can move from the allied rearguard area to the enemy rearguard area, even though you really shouldn't. You can't do it, though, if there are characters in the front line, but if you're doing it in the standard combat, you actually technically can. So I wouldn't recommend it. You can just normal move, which allows you to move to a different area, such as you're in the front line, you want to fall back, or you're in the rear guard. Ooh, excuse me. Or if you're in the rear guard, you want to advance. You just do a normal move, or do the not a move, limited move, which is to say you're just kind of like shuffling around in your area without just standing still. I do actually like this quite a bit. I like the idea that, again, you're always technically moving in the narrative. It's not like, okay, I've parked on my 5-foot square and I'm not moving. Because why would I ever move? It's, you are moving around. You are, kind of like dashing back and forth, even if it's in your own little area, simply to try to avoid strikes. And it paints a little bit of a better picture in someone's head. Similar goes on, you can't move, you can't do this. Restrictions on the first round of frontline combat. Technically, if you it's, if you win the initiative, you technically count as if you've taken a normal move already. And if you've taken a normal move already, you can technically take a few restrictions of various actions. Like, you can't use magic or range attacks, but you wouldn't be using those regardless. You can also try to run, but you have to take another action to try to run away. That's pretty much it. Hey, I want to cast a spell. You're going to cast a spell. Hey, I want to hit someone with my weapon. You're going to hit someone with my weapon. I want to run. You're going to try to run away. I'm going to pick up, handing off, storing weapons. Pretty easy. Minor actions. What you can do. Now, they do a very large, extensive fucking area of like, hey, let's talk about range. Range is pretty easy. It's like, are they within touch distance? They have to be in the same area. Okay, understandable. It's easy to get. Anything with a range is going to have range 1 or 2 in simplified combat. If they're in range 2, you can technically say, oh, I'm going to shoot the guy in the back line with my bow. And if they're in range 1, I'm going to shoot the guy into the front line combat. Pretty much it's one little space. Nothing too big there. Now, right here, you kind of see this. Range attacks and range area shots. Effect will misfire when targeting a character in a skirmish area from outside of that skirmish area. Target is instead randomly chosen from all participants within that skirmish area. Now, what this actually says is, it's a little bit wonky the way that it's worded. You might think like, oh, misfire. It's like, I've done something wrong. It's, if you are, for example, trying to shoot into a skirmish, you might miss. Your bow might go wide, your ability might go wide, and you're not being able to hit the exact person you want to. You might hit a friend, you might hit an enemy, you go bang, and then suddenly someone's got shot. But the combat feat targeting ignores that. So if you want to do that a lot more consistently, guess what you're going to be doing? You're going to be selecting the combat speed targeting. Wowie zowie, kids. We did it, everybody. Good job, team. Delicious. Yeah. Don't worry, everybody. We also have a new chart to highlight the fact that melee is melee. Yeah, it's generally speaking, what this is stating, this is the idea is, more than anything, if you're firing into if you're firing into the skirmish line, someone's going to get hit. That's what a misfire is. If you say, hey, I'm going to do a bigger shot, I'm going to do this, I'm going to try to hit someone on the other side, they're going to be able to get hit. Let's say, for example, just a little conceptual example here, I'm going to use my energy bolt here. Now, my energy bolt technically has a range of 2. So I'm going to be like, there's an enemy, though, but I don't want to hit I want to hit the guy currently engaged with my fighter. I'll be like, all right, it's time. I'm going to, do my gun, and I'm going to aim. I'm going to spend my 5 MP, and I'm going to roll to hit. And I'm going to hit. If I failed that check, though, something went wrong. I could have shot my fighter in the back, and I don't think he would appreciate that, getting blasted with something that's going to hurt him. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit fucky-wucky. Yeah, cause a misfire, thrown attacks, accuracy and evasion checks. Because this is how a vast majority of combat actually plays out in the grand scheme of things, is I'm going to make an accuracy check versus your evasion. Let's say I rolled, I've rolled a 7, let's say I have 2 levels in fighter. I rolled a 9. Let's see what your evasion's what? Your evasion is 1. Oh, wow, you rolled a 5. You rolled you rolled a 4 and I got a 1. I've hit you. They're just opposed checks. During the monster section, they do actually have actually, here, I am up in this one. Where's a very low level monster? Where's a good low level? Okay, here's a centaur, for example. Good old centaur. Now, he's got an evasion of 2d6 plus 3 efficiently, but he can say, hey, I have an evasion of 2d6 plus 3, but I also have a 10. You can say he has a 10. So, like, okay, I'm going to make an accuracy check. I've rolled an 8 plus 2. I've hit the centaur with my weapon. I go, ching, I hit him right in the fucking head. I hit him right dead on. Cool, and I'm going to then do my damage. Pretty simple to understand there. Nothing too complicated. Any damage he takes is going to negate it by 2. Alright, easy to understand, easy to get. We get it, I get it. We all are getting it. See, this is the value of taking even things like, kind of more combat classes, because you're allowed to say, hey, I'm a fighter too, plus my agility bonus, suddenly I have a higher evasion. Now, Manlidity has an evasion of 2. Yeah, he has no evasion. Not having a good time. Like, he's if he gets into a fight, he's going to get his shit rocked. Actually, I don't even think he has an evasion of 2, technically. I don't actually think he has an evasion of 2. I think he has an evasion of 0, technically, because he doesn't have a class here. Yeah, this is legitimately all it is. It's very simple, very easy to understand. If you beat it, you win. You don't, you lose. This may seem very complicated, but at the end of the day, it's, okay, they got an evasion of 10. Cool, I hit with 11 hits. Okay, how much damage do you do? I do, okay. That's it. This takes 3 seconds to resolve. They just need to make sure they tell you in graphic detail. Now, this is where things get stupid. I'm going to explain to you all this the best way I can. Okay, you've been hit. Alright. Well, okay, let's explain HP. Confirm the damage, roll in the power table, add extra damage, apply effects that reduce damage, and then decrease HP. Okay. We're going to learn about the power table here. Okay, everybody. Is everybody ready for the power table? Because I know I am. Anytime you hit with a weapon, you're going to check what its power is. And that power is going to dictate what you're going to roll on 2d6. So instead of saying, hey, you're going to do additional 2d6 damage. No. Most things are going to be dictated like our quarterstaff up here. We have a power of 14 on our quarterstaff, but let's say I've hit. I turn around, there's an enemy there, and I swack him over the head with my quarterstaff. I'm going to take my 2d6, and I'm going to roll. I've rolled a 5. So we take a look at our power chart. We have a power of 14 here. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right here. You see, right here, 5. I would add 3 damage to that. Cool. I add 3 damage to my attack, plus whatever my total extra damage would be. So because of my strength, I have a +2. I have and I would do 5 damage. That's it. I do 5 damage with my swack of my weapon. Notepad, that sounds stupid. I know it does. It sounds pretty dumb. And some weapons may have power tables of like 20 or even higher. But when you roll on the power table, if you roll double ones, if you roll snake eyes, you technically just do no damage. You just don't do any damage. It's Jover. That's why, you know, this is here. It's to literally dictate, like, yeah, you've just failed miserably and everybody hates you. You still get 50 experience points. You just miss. You just do no damage. Not even the idea of, like, you deal 0 damage. You just deal absolutely 0 damage. Hey, everybody, you want to know why humans are the best? Because they can say, oh, wow, looky here, I rolled a fucking double ones. I'm going to turn one of those ones into a 6 all of a sudden. Because I have to hit you. Calculate all the damage. Generally speaking, you know, any non-gun damage, you're always going to add your character class level. So if you, let's say, have a strength bonus of 3, level 2 class, you're going to be adding plus 5 even. But if you use the power of the gun, you can be adding your artificial level plus your intelligence bonus, which, man, looking at my guy, maybe I want to invest in some artificial levels so I can choose to pick up a gun. That would be really good. I do get to add my dexterity modifier to that. I do get to add all my intelligence modifier. You're now seeing things. Yeah, now you're seeing the appeal of games like this. You're seeing the fascination. This also does boil down to when you actually roll a crit. So, when you roll a crit, up here, for example, our power 10 energy bolt here, we've hit with our energy bolt. If I were to roll above a 10, let's say I roll double 6s, everybody, I add 7 damage, I get to roll again on the power table. So let's say, for example, I've rolled and I've hit a 10 damage plus 5. Then I get to roll a second time. Oh my goodness. 11 whole damage. So I get to add my 5 plus my 6. I get 11 damage on a single hit. That's how crits actually crits work. And that's the real big value of things like fencers, for example. Fencers make that a lot easier. You can crit more consistently. The more you crit, the higher it is. It's like, oh, yeah, second roll critical value, the critical continues. And it continues until a 2D result is not a critical. That's the power of a fencer. If you're a good fencer, what's going to happen is that you're going to roll, you're going to crit. Second roll, crit. Third roll, crit. You've crit 3 times in a row all of a sudden. So you've rolled 3 times on the power chart. You've taken a weapon that may only do a few pieces of damage and tripled it. But, you know, you also get people like my quarterstaff here, which I gotta roll max damage, and even that's not a lot of damage. Oh, no. Oh, no. Someone's pinging me. Oh, wow, it's you. I love having game randomly pinged in the blue server. It's so much fun. Blue server pings are so much fun. Especially when they're completely random and unwarranted. I love unwarranted pings. It's great. But yeah, technically, if you do fumble on a critical tip, it just becomes 0. It's not like you drop the entire critical damage. You just stop rolling for crits, and it just doesn't do anything. So it's like, okay. So if you ever you can't endlessly crit. That's the kind of the thing. There's not going to be a point where you're just going to endlessly crit at all. But if you do well, if attack using fencer level, if attack is made using fencer level, the critical value is adjusted by -1. All right. So if you really want to do, you want to reduce that value as low as possible, get it as low as possible, then you just keep critting, baby. Decrease HP and MP, fainting and death. Now, what happens when you die? What happens when you hit 0, you're going to start making death checks. If you survive all 6 of your death checks, you're going to get back up with 1 HP. You're fine. If you fail one of those death checks, you are dead, bitch. Dead. Nada. Now, this is a centaur, for example. He does 2d6 plus 2 damage with an accuracy of 12. So, let's see how much damage he does. Oh no, he's hit my tiny little elf, my elf Boosie. He's done 10 damage. Oh, yes, I forgot. He's done over half of my health currently with a single attack. And he didn't even roll that well. Yeah, no, it's, at Blue Server, at Game Designer. Should I roll dice in my game, or should I resolve every conflict by playing Beyblades? That is a vast majority of Blue Server comments sometimes, being like, I've started a new conversation in the Threads channel. I'm like, that's great. Like, that's amazing. Hand off weapons, exchange weapons. Generally speaking, minor actions are just like equipping things, are shifting things around, changing stances. Because technically, in this game, they do have an entire thing on the idea of one-handed and two-handed. Some weapons allow you to two-hand, or just one-hand. If you two-hand a thing, you get a bonus, but if you one-hand it, you can equip another thing. The one-hand, two-hand, when I first saw this, I was like, oh my fucking god, are they adding Dark Souls fucking, like, two-handing a knife to do extra bonus damage? They are not. Have no fear. We are not doing that. Swapping weapons. It's standing up. Very simple stuff if you really think about it. Like, this isn't complicated. This sounds pretty standard things. There are some, like, I would say spot rules. Like, hey, getting up does not mean more than once per turn. In this turn, the player gets up. Even after getting up, the player has a -2 penalty on all action checks. Yeah, like, technically, I have no idea why this is in here. I don't know how many people are going to be like, ah, yes, I remember the stand-up penalty of -2. But, basic combat rule. There's a lot of things on the idea of throwing. Because, yes, again, God hates grapplers, and God goes out of his way to fuck grapplers. Different damage types, fall damage, surprised by monsters. Oh no! Oh no! Combat preparations, you can't do any combat preparations, stuff -2! Oh no! Then we have, here's the theory of initial placement, breaking through the front lines. Which, kind of the idea is, what might occur is, if you completely break their front line, let's say we're fighting a bunch of goblins, we kill all the goblins in the front line really quick, you've broken through, you immediately charge into their rear guard. And suddenly, hey, the rear guard kind of becomes the new frontline area. So now we've established we're fighting again. They don't have a rear guard anymore. You're just fucking fighting each other. Pretty easy, understandable. What if I three-hand a weapon? Have no fear, everybody. I've got more hands than I need. See, this isn't like God, what was the this isn't the most combat optimized build you can do in not Heroines of the First Stage, Dames of Astoria, in which if you had 4 arms, you could technically dual wield two-handed weapons. So that was actually one of the more optimal builds to do, was you dual wielding two-handed weapons, or you just selected claws on every hand, because claws were the best thing in the game. again, evolved the crap. Dames of Astoria proved the evolutionary theory extends to writing. You know, this is the best thing that I love. This is one of the most amusing fucking things. Pieces can gain loot from dead monsters. Some loot is obviously likely to be large, but possession of these items is not restricted in Sword Rule 2.5. It is part of the game to collect loot. It would be a crime to deny players that. But of course, any table is different, so use your own judgment. It is a crime to deny players loot. It is our God-given right as players to loot whatever we want off the corpses of our enemies. It's like, yeah, there is legitimately no rules when it comes to, hey, like, we don't want to have, like, we want to have different things. It's like just role play it out if you feel like it. It doesn't really matter. Then we have hands. Oh boy, time to hold hands. I'm going to break down this entire section for you real fast. There's going to be one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, and then effectively one or two-handed weapons of shield and such. That's really it. Certain weapons and armor actually make sure you aren't prohibited from using things, so it might be a one-handed weapon, but you can still like grab something with it. This is literally all it is. That's saying, hey, I could grab an item with my shield equipped. Even though it's like, normally this wouldn't work, but like, yeah, I can. Like, yeah, here's scabbards and holsters, ammunition and special storage containers. Storage within a bag. Cool. Items with no defined stats. Yep, that's how that works. This is an entire, like, 3-4 pages of how to carry items correctly. I think that kind of defines Sword World in a few different ways. Kind of Japanese RPGs in general. Let me explain to you in graphic detail how many hands you can, how to carry things. Here's the proper etiquette of carrying basic dice. Like, like here's how this works. Holding equipment, weapon, fencer, fencer things like, oh, if you want to use the fencer class, strength is halved. Technically, if you play like a fighter fencer, you could say, hey, I'm fighting as a fencer or I'm fighting as a fighter to get different bonuses, which is like, yeah, okay, different ranks. You have to get the different core rulebooks for S and SS tier weapons. Generally speaking, you really only need the A tier weapons if you're doing like a level 1 to 6 thing. Note on grappler class. God hates the grappler class. Again, every single time should just be prefaced by God hates the grapplers. Here, give me 1 second. There we go. I wanted to give it a more accurate representation of the situation for grapplers. Just understand that, like, because they have so many restrictions. It's always funny to me. Here's enhancing punches, enhancing kicks. Like, they have an entire different thing. Here's the rule for equipping shields. You want to have multiple shields? They do factor in the idea that you can equip 2 different shields at once for some fucking reason. Note on the grappler class. God hates grapplers. You cannot use shields. I just want to make sure everybody understands that, again, God hates the grapplers. Various equipping armor, minimal strength, grappler class, holding armor, equipment section. Yes. Technically, you were able to equip accessories. Let's say, for example, a ring. Oh, actually, no, here's a good example. This is the name of my accessory and any effect that I have. I have a holy symbol around my neck. I have something that just kind of dangles from my neck, and this allows me to use my priest class, priest spells. But on both of my hands, I bought a pair of gloves, because I thought that would be fun. I bought a pair of gloves. But I found, for example, a circlet of mana, or whatever. And wearing this circlet gives me +2 mana. I would write it in there, circlet of mana, +2 mana. If I got an earring, for example, that clapped to my ear that allowed me to hear super well, I would put in the earring of hearing really well. That's legitimately the reason why it's there. Equipment section, other accessories, class-specific items. Very important. Same name principles. Pretty much when it comes to like same name principles, you cannot have at the... they don't stack. So if you have like, you can't like stack multiple like armor enhancing things that do the exact same thing in different parts of your body. That doesn't work. Now, magic is interesting because you have access to every single spell effectively in your class as long as you are the appropriate level. That's the thing. Let's say, for example, if you want to cast a spell, you make a spell casting check, and that's it. Correspondence between class and magic systems. All right. Now, let's say one of the ideas here is each spell has a level as rule, corresponding class level is the upper limit of spell level to be cast. For example, character level 3, you're going to use level 1 to 3 true speech magic. Any spell that you are within the level of, you can technically cast. There aren't many spells, though. That's one of the catches. There aren't many spells. There doesn't need to be many spells, though. That's one of the big things as well. Say if you have 2 pairs of rule for wearing one pair of magic shoes. Does that mean you have 2 pairs of magic boots? What happens if you wear one of each? What would occur effectively is nothing. The game effectively would say, choose one. You're wearing a pair of boots. You have to wear both boots. Like, oh. But again, it's like, yeah, technically, because there's only one category for feet, so you can't wear 2 things. You have to wear one thing. Technically, when it comes to like right hand, left hand, what I should have written down was rings, because that's effectively what it is. You can put one ring on one finger. You can put a thing on your back. You can put a thing in your ears. You can put a thing on your face. That's it. It's one thing. Now, a vast majority of most spells require vocalization or something like that. But you rely entirely on MP. That's a big idea. You require MP. And your MP, your magic power here, is always draining. You can't usually target it with anything, but let's say, for example, I cast a spell that costs 5, I go down to 22 MP. I cast something that costs 2, I go to 20. Slowly wearing you down until you got no MP left. If you don't have any MP, you can't cast magic. Oh no! But that's why you're going to be using Mako Stones. Mako Stones are pretty much like stones that contain mana that you can use to burn away. I mean, like, okay, I have a 10 mana Mako Stone. I'm using a spell that uses 10 mana. Instead of using my own, I'm using the stone. Mm. Yeah, always going to need, different implements, magic power. Generally speaking, when you're going to you're going to make the check, and that's it. Pretty easy to understand, pretty easy to get. If you succeed, you're going to cast a spell. If you fail, you're going to fail casting the spell, and everyone's going to make fun of you. Everyone's going to make fun of you. Don't fail your spell casting checks, though. Because it's funny, and God hates you because you're a funny man. Everybody laugh the funny man. Literally once and when it's abroad, see Note's reaction to my Mei Mako sounds like Final Fantasy VII. Gotta go nourish myself. Yes. I do, fun fact actually, about that for people wondering. Mr. Y. Mr. Y sent me a dank meme, because this is what happens to me, is people send me dank memes on anthropomorphized high-tech weapons. Fun fact, David L. Pulver here, he is a massive fucking weeb, and there's if you actually look through a lot of the GURPS books, anytime he writes it, he will usually do things to put in ship girls or ships. He's a big Kantai collection fan. He is a massive Kantai fan. He is a boat girl. He's a boat girl otaku. So anytime you see Pulver there, understand that. I learned that the other day. But yes. Back to the grind. Yeah, a vast majority of spells are pretty simple. Like, hey, it's a target, it's a shot, it's a line. Line is weird. The idea behind line is if you are firing it out, you're going to have to fire it through one of the area. You're going to have to fire it through the front line to get to the back line. And if you fuck up, you can actually hit everybody in there. So don't do that. But yeah, like here's how to target things. Target, touch, how to target range. Target X area, YY radius. Now, the YY radius is actually more important into this version in standard combat, because you're actually factoring in ranges. You're actually factoring in the idea of this person is 25 meters away from you, therefore, standard simple combat is not an issue, really. It's not that much of a problem to be all frankly. You kind of see here like determination of target. Everything along potential be caught in its path. Fire from rear guard area and army toward the front line area. Check the area of effect. Everybody is affected. In principle, it is 50-50 with few exceptions. Character chosen as a target. Caster exclusion of magic control. The caster declares combat feat magic control. This is like one of the value of some of those combat feats, which is, hey, you want to select magic control, you can fire your beam. You can fire your fucking laser beam out. And you can say, hey, none of my allies are going to get hit by it, but only they are. So all of those fuckers have got to make a check to try to get the hell out of the way. And now you're trying to get out of the way. They're trying to get out of the way. The person getting shot's trying to run away, all while this is going on. It's great. There is various determinations, how long spells last. How do you cancel? Can you cancel it with a minor action? Can you do it with forced removals? How do you resist spells? Most of the time you're going to be trying to resist spells for half damage, which is pretty important. Willpower checks to try to negate things because, oh no, I'm going crazy. Power tables do the exact same thing, what you expect. Yeah, even with spells, critical hits can occur. Yes, you can crit, double ones after critical, same effect. They do kind of explain, like, you roll damage individually. You don't have, like, depending on the situation, if you're fighting, like, a lot of things, I would say, like, maybe roll for batches of enemies, but that would just be me. Yeah, you see this? It's the same thing as described before. It's just super simple. Weapon enchantment effects, notes on magic spell types. Now, generally speaking, you're going to need a magical implement. You can choose to make a magical implement just a basic weapon. Certain, mostly staff weapons. I used my quarterstaff. I made it my magical implement. And you're going to need a free hand. You pretty much, or whatever it's equipped with, to cast it directly. You say, hey, okay, I'm going to do it. You put it up, done. You've done it. Also prepare a ring as an implement for 100 gamels. Gamels are kind of like the base. It's gold. Okay, it's gold. Hello, based department. Yeah, there's actually, the thing is, Sword World does really enjoy telling you a lot of different ideas. And it's going to give you things. And it's like, hey, you want to cast something, you got to have free hands. You got to have this. But you can, if you want to use a ring, you can use a ring as your magical implement. So yeah, I could have seconded like, hey, I'm gonna put a ring on it. I'm gonna put a ring on it, everybody, and suddenly I can cast a little bit more frequently. But hey, what if I get disarmed? What if someone kicks my staff away? Well, shit, I don't have my staff anymore. I can't cast my true speech. I'm just gonna have to cast the Fist of God. You know, freedom of arms. But if anytime you're using like, yeah, you kind of see here, anytime you're wearing metal armor, you're taking a massive penalty. Non-metallic armor even gives you a penalty if it's minimum strength of 10 or more. However, you can also ignore all of this if you're playing a nightmare character and you just go gamer mode. Priests, on the other hand, technically only have to worry about their divine magic, whatever their school is, and you just need to have a holy symbol. They do not take any penalties, mind you. This is important. Priests take no penalties to wearing heavy armor when casting. So you can be in full plate mail and walk into the fight with a holy shield in one hand and the hammer of God in the other, saying, hippity hoppity, here's the good word, everybody. Are you ready? I'm like, oh no, bang. It is very easy to play paladins in this game, actually. Because a paladin isn't necessarily a class, for example. It's not like, okay, you are playing the paladin class. It's you are playing a fighter priest. But if you want to, this is entirely possible, by the way. If you want to play a holy marksman, for example, you want to play, a priest who uses a bow, you can. Just as much as you can play, say, hey, I want to play a priest. I want to use divine magic, and I want to use the heaviest armor possible. I'm a fighter priest. With the holy judgment of God, I'm going to cut you the fuck down. But if you're like, hey, you know what? I want to play a sorcerer grappler. If you want to play a punch wizard, you totally fucking can. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. The idea of multi-classing takes on a very unique dimension in this game. Because the classes are so, I wouldn't say ill-defined. The classes are so open-ended, you don't get paladins anymore. You get priest warriors, you get priest fighters. You don't get, you don't get a warlock, for example. You get a conjurer, which is just a sorcerer, just a conjurer. Instead of a warlock, you play a conjure priest. That's completely fine. You're just playing a spiritual priest. All you're doing. And I like that. Same goes for this. This is a very long and complicated thing about Magitech and Magispheres. Magispheres are important because that's how artificers do things. And you are able to use, the Magitech enables the use of a special weapon called a gun. Because it is entirely possible to play the, behold, he's a cowboy. You can just play a cowboy in this game with just a fucking revolver, if you want to. Magic power into bullets through Magitech. Yeah, it's the power of my Glock. Damage determination, roll and power level, damage interpretation, add extra damage. This is where things get a little bit wonkier when it comes to like alternate forms and different spell casting things. Technically, if you go into full alternate form, you're able to, do things such as possibly ignoring vocalization or armor penalties. You just are magical, and that's why like monster characters are actually even scarier, because they don't need a medium, they don't even require vocalization, and they ignore armor penalties. Now this is the idea of combat feats. Combat feats, you're not going to get a lot of combat feats, that you never are. But if we go down here, yeah, you declare a combat feat and you're allowed to do things. Hey, I want to do Power Strike 1. Cool. Want to do Power Strike 1 to do this? Neato Burrito. Generally speaking, most of them are things like infighting, covering. If it's doing a thing to help you out. So let's say you might get one that's like, hey, I get to add +2 damage, or I get to add a +2 bonus. I can't do, for example, like, I can't add in, like, violent cast plus accuracy plus, power strike. I can only add one in. That's kind of the important thing there. And now we get to recovery, death, and resurrection. I was going to say Wizard Grappler is probably fine, but you'd better off with Conjurer Grappler and get a similar flavor. This ugly son of a bitch is casting spells without vocalization. It's basically, you're an idiot. Yeah, pretty much. Now, this is one of those things that I was talking about a little bit earlier with the idea of tieflings do not exist, however. This is the however section. Now, of course, you need food and sleep, and you're going to get fucked up if you aren't eating or sleeping properly, which you should. Unconsciousness and death checks. Oh, no. Now, if you hit 0, oh, no. You risk it dying. Death check must be performed based on the new current value. Oh, no. A successful character remains unconscious. Death check must be performed based on the new current value. Yeah, it's... Generally speaking, if you're only like, let's say you're like 2 HP under, you won't fail a death check really at that point. You're not going to fail a death check. You're fine. You'll get up eventually. If you're, say, -10, okay, we're running into some problems. We're running into some major issues all of a sudden. If you're like -20, you're just fucked. Like, you're just gone, man. You fucked. Now, this is also one of the things is if you heal someone, if it's like, okay, time for the divine heal, burst of healing, and you now have a 1, they can't fail their death checks. They can't fail them. However, what they could do all of a sudden is they're fine. They'll wake up eventually. They're completely fine. It just takes some time for them all of a sudden. But then it's like, But if you need to score some double 6s to get some people up and running faster, that's where the thing comes in. It's like, dying is actually kind of difficult. I wouldn't say dying is hard in this game. Like, if you get fucked up bad, if you start taking some meaty hits, you're not going to have a good time. After about... The best way to think about it is, at -5 or less, you are at threat of dying. You roll critical fail, you're fucked, you're dead. -10, you have about -10 is when you have a 50-50 of dying every time. Easy 50-50. With a standard level 2 character, you could say. Obviously, the higher level you get, the harder it is to die, but it takes some time. It's not a pleasant experience. Like, you can go down very quickly. This is the idea, though, of reviving the dead. Yes. You can revive the dead if you wish. It costs 10,000 gamels. However, you can technically borrow money from the guild. Yeah, you can borrow money to rev your friends up. Oh no, the fighter is a fucking corpse. Let's drag him back to town. We'll cut a deal with the Adventurers Guild, and it's gonna cost 10 grand. But he's alive again. So what if he's growing horns? Because what happens is you're gonna create soul scars. Resurrection, you don't come back quite right. Every time characters revive, they automatically gain a soul scar. And soul scar table below shows the impact. Pretty much the more soul scars you get, and every day after 3, you're taking a penalty to go. It gets larger and larger and larger. Things are getting worse. Now, Nightmares begin with playing with one skull, manifesting both their birthmark as well as their horn/horns. As a result, that would give them either horns or birthmark. They instead advance to the second level. Now, however, if you get 5 soul scars, you're out. You lose. You're dead. You can only be rezzed effectively 4 times. But let's say, for example, oh no. Oh no, everybody. Oop, like that. It's Mr. Slough here. Slough here has died tragically. His friends have brought him back. He's going to be getting brought back. You can tell by his emotionally dead eyes. And he was the day after. He's fine. It's 2d6. 6 whole things. So he would take no manifestation. He's got 1 soul scar. But then it's like, hey, you're going to get some small horns. Hey, you're getting a birthmark. Hey, your eyes become black, rimmed with gold. Skin looks pale and waxy. Sickly miasma clings to the body. Daylight becomes unpleasant. The stomach refuses all food barring raw meat. Skin rots and falls off the bone. Generally speaking, the longer you take, you're going to lose somebody. If you take 10 days to get back, suddenly they're rolling at a plus. It's 2d6 plus 7 all of a sudden. So let's just roll 2d6 plus 7. I rolled an 8. I rolled a 15. I'm a weird goblin man all of a sudden. Hey, it's like things can go very wrong the more you're resurrected. If you want to become a tiefling, for example, you're losing a little bit of your memories. You're also... the thing is, you're also pretty much counting down your time. Like, things are going bad. Like, getting a soul scar, becoming a tiefling is the worst possible outcome of anything. This does also kind of deal with the idea of, like, rune folk. Rune folk technically aren't living. They don't get soul scars. However, they actually lose an entire year's worth of memories, but none of their experience points. So technically, if you bring back a rune folk, it's like, yeah, hey, I don't know who any of you guys are, but that's cool. We're friends, I think. Yeah, don't let your rune folk die because they will not remember you. Yeah, you kind of see gaining experience points and their use. Experience points are really only used for buying classes. You kind of go here. It does take a little while to get classes, but if you succeed in a quest, you're going to get 1,000. If you fail at a quest, you're going to get 500, plus whatever bonuses you end up getting. Generally speaking, you're only going to end up with maybe you're going to be able to hit level 2 in a class pretty consistently, level 3 in a class pretty consistently. Level 5 and 6, because if you think about it like this, so you kind of see here, if you're going to get on average, let's say, for example, plus defeating all of the monsters and stuff. Let's say every session you get about 1,500 XP. You will consistently be able to get to level 3, maybe get to level 4 even in certain classes. And it's, again, as you kind of see here, it's about a 2,500 difference from going, just the pure amount of XP to get level this up versus your major classes. New adventure levels, new combat feats. This is one of the weird things. Anytime you complete a session, what's going to happen is instead of, increasing your abilities or anything, you're instead going to roll 2d6. I rolled a 1 and a 3. I go down here. I can select to increase my dexterity or my strength by 1. So you see the growth here is you're just going to roll 2d6 and you're going to be consistently growing as long as you are participating in the adventure. Joining in an adventure, joining in a quest, means that you're going to be growing up. You're developing. It's a slow burn. You're not going to really get any explosive growths in power in Sword World. It's going to be it's slower and more gradual. But even if you don't do well, even if you've kind of gone through like multiple quests of just getting rimmed and you just don't have a lot of money, like you're just not doing well class-wise, it's like you're getting 1, 2, 3s. After 3 adventures, mind you, you might have, you know, +1 here, a +1 here, and a +1 here. You've got something. No matter if you do poorly, you're getting something. I think that's important. What'd you miss? Coming back from the dead is painful. Technically, earning reputation is in the second rulebook, but pretty much the basic idea behind it is if you gain a reputation, you are able to get more and more. The more and more reputation you gain, the more benefits you gain. The larger you are, the cooler you are. People really like you. People really enjoy being around you, and you maybe get bigger things. Now, this is one of those mechanics. This is one of those things that I find to be like just what? This is one of those what the fuck am I looking at moments. This is the idea of fellows. Now, at first, mind you, at first I was like, oh, this is like the a hireling system, right? This is a hireling system. I'm like, okay, I'm like, I'm gonna. Then I read it. TRPGs traditionally happen as conversations between the GM and the players. They may be played in person around a table or online over the internet, but in any case, the game is played with the assumption that each game is a closed group. The Fellows rules presented here are meant to unshackle PCs from the limitations of that tradition, allowing them to leap over the boundaries of groups and let their characters thrive. Fellows are characters who assist the PCs in their adventures. Fellows are available on social media and in fan magazines. Players select those who wish to take with them on their adventures and have them travel along. You're supposed to publish your fellows. Each PC has the opportunity to participate in adventures of other groups. Adventures as fellows do not directly involve the player who created and published the fellow. They are managed by the play group that has accepted the fellow with reference to the fellow's data. Are meant to player publish the fellow through a report and thank you process. I have no fucking idea where the fuck this came from. I genuinely have no clue. This is one of those things I look... Bruh, this is the Dragon's Dogma pawn system. That is exactly what the fuck this is. Thank you, Mr. Y. Thank you. It is exactly the Dragon's Dogma fucking pawn system. That's what it is. It's the fucking pawn system. I guess that's what it is. Because the idea is you're supposed to like be able to turn your characters into fellows. So, and you welcome them into the group, and you're allowed to kind of take them into things. They don't really do anything. Like that's like one of the ideas. Like they don't do anything. But you get like weird rules, like fellows cannot venture out alone. They're managed by the players. Fellows share the same position as a PC based on the fellow action table. Yes, they have a only use consumable provided by the PCs, are immune to negative effects and damage. That was one that I was like a little bit weird. It's like, oh yeah, the immortality of fellows. Any of these like hirelings you bring on, they're technically immortal. There's a bonus benefit that you have. When unable to continue the adventure, the fellow will automatically return to safety regardless of the situation. Fellows do not lose their lives or become trapped. The GM will decide how PC, but the fellow will not rescue them. Uh, no need for negative words, especially when relying solely on the writing rather than face-to-face communication. There's danger that even lighthearted remarks lose their nuance, come across as more hurtful. When reporting, your top priority is to communicate your thanks to the person who helped you on your adventure. Yeah, technically, experience point rewards are desired or not. If they are desired, the experience point and orders should be appended to the report. Technically, like you're like you can technically pay, you can treat them as a pawn. That's the best way to think about it. Okay, give me. Well, actually, I'm curious. Let's actually check this out. Let's actually we're doing a little bit of googling here, everybody. We'll do Dragon's Dogma. When did Dragon's Dogma come out? Came out in 2012. Like, I wonder, like, who? It was done by Capcom, so there is a chance that somebody, mind you, somebody at Sword World. Actually, you know what? We actually have access to something. Sword World English. Sword World Book 1 translation. Fellows. Do we have a fellows at all? Fellows aren't in here. Yeah, new addition to the fellow system. Yeah, there we go. There's the fellow system. Yeah, there we go. Simpler to play. Yeah, I believe I have a strange feeling somebody at Group SNE was like, man, I fucking love Dragon's Dogma. So here's the what'd you think of the GURPS page? That guy who does it puts ship girls in everything. You gotta remember that. It's hilarious. Now, here's the thing, McDrussel. This is the idea. Is you are supposed to, if you want to, you can publish a that guy, he tries to put ship girls into everything, mind you, Mr. Y. That's the thing. Now, here's the thing, McDrussel, is you put it's the idea that fellows are like, you design a fellow. You can use that, and then you publish that fellow for other adventuring groups to pick up. And then they can use your fellow, your character effectively, your minor character, to do things with and bring on other adventures with. So it's like, hey, I can upload, like right this second, technically, what I would be able to do is I'd be able to upload Slow Manlity Feg. I would be able to upload him as a fellow. If I mark down experience and gold rewards, he would be able to come back with experience and gold rewards. That's how it works. It is literally a method for people to, PC describe the fellow format data. And the thing is, like, this is, if you want to bring in Wolf, for example, like, hey, I want to bring in this character named Wolf. He's a fighter 2, he's level 2, he's fighter 2, scout 1. I'm a hot-blooded guy who loves a good adventure. Nice to meet you. Anytime he needs to do anything, he's just going to roll a d6. And it's like, hey, he's going to do a scout movement check. That's what he's going to do. He's making a check. Cool. And he's going to have a value of 13. Or he's going to make a power strike. Or he's going to do an observation check. That's his entire idea. Is that you can bring him along, and he pretty much acts as like a companion to do things with. He's effectively a pawn from Dragon's Dogma. It's oddly like a gotcha mechanic. I believe you could probably do something like that, like a gotcha mechanic or whatever. But here's the thing. It's I do it in you can use this, I'd say you can do this in two different ways. You can do this as a way to do hirelings, because there's technically no rules for hirelings in this game, which I thought was kind of weird. If you want to make hirelings, you do this. You're going to make characters like this, and you're going to do it. If someone doesn't show up, for example, someone can't make it, you can put them as a fellow and still have them come along. You know, like, here's how we do, like, this various actions and stuff. It's, you want to do, you know, it's like, hey, you want to enter some basic dialogue, write some basic effects in. Generally speaking, it's, here's a basic weapon attack, here's like what a basic weapon attack would look like, all of these different things. Like, hey, I'm going to do an energy bolt, and that's what he's going to do. Anytime he succeeds on a, you know, he does this thing, he's going to hit. He's doing a thing. They're not nearly as good as PCs. But here's the thing. They're not nearly as good as PCs, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is that they are able to do here, and there's an entire set of rules covered in it. I think it's hilarious. I think it's great. It's one of those completely bizarre things that you, by all physical metrics, that, like, this should never be a thing, but we're here and we all have to just live with it. And I love it. I think it's great. I think there's not a single thing wrong with it. Yeah, and then that's how you, that is actually the entire game. The rest of the about 200 pages is just data. It's just information. Because this is like, if you're a level, let's say you're a level 2, like a level 2 sorcerer, you have access to all 8 of these spells. Hey, I want to cast energy bolt. Cool, you're gonna be casting energy bolt. Hey, I want to cast light. Okay, you can cast light. Hey, I want to cast lock. Okay, you can cast lock. There's only 5 levels, and even like at rank 4, you have 3 spells. You don't actually have that many. You don't have that many spells in general, but remember, there's no limit. There's not like a, there's no line that says like, hey, you can only take 5 energy bolt spells or whatever. They tried to implement that a bit in Goblin Slayer, and I don't think it did a very good job of it. And I say they did not do a very good job of it in Goblin Slayer because it was crowbarred into Goblin Slayer versus this method, which I like a lot more. I like this method a hell of a lot more than Goblin Slayer's kind of pseudo-vation magic system. Because the thing with here is, hey, if you have the ability to do the thing, you can do the thing. Hey, I want to cast Field Protection. Cool. This is something you can just totally do. Hey, I want to cast Cure Wounds. Cool. You want to cast Cure Wounds? Whatever, you're going to heal that much. Let's do Power 10. Oh, you rolled an 8. Cool. It's 4 plus my would be 4. So you heal 8 damage. That's all you do. You can technically say I don't want to get healed, or hey, you can detect faith if you want to. But the more you go up, things get there, and you kind of see here, very nice artwork. The thing with them is that, like, specialized spells of like, oh, you're the divine ancestor, Lyphos, or hey, you're, you know, the Titan, the god of the sun. I chose Clea, god of wisdom. So technically, I want to go down the sage. Which, hey, I'm allowed to, you know, find weak points easier. Following, I have multiple. Cool. I get more weak points. Oh, I get to exploit weak points. Say, hey, I'm going to make sure the fighter gets gets the benefit of the weak point. Cool. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna target this person. Haha. Cool. I like that. You know, there's a lot here. They take a little. They take a very small amount of options and make it feel a lot larger than what it actually is. This is what the Magitech data. You want to just put a gun in. Infuse a bolt with power 20. Accuracy, flashlights. Yeah, this is kind of their thing. Again, a lot of stuff here, but they're just kind of just telling you information here. Hey, Guardian. Hey, Dodge. Hey, evasive maneuver. Hey, tenacity. Hey. Hey. What are you doing? Hey. Why aren't you twin striking? Hey. Why aren't you doing targeting? Hey. Like Hawkeye. Hey. Hey. Okay, stretch. Okay, here, let's do it. Give me 1 second. There we go. Talk about a gun bunny. Yeah, there's a lot more spellcast in Sword World. I think being a pure cast a lot more possible. You can play a pure caster in Goblin Slayer, except you have to be very conservative, and you can't be a... You need to have a method in Goblin Slayer to do something else. That's like a big thing. You can't just be a pure... You could be a pure caster, but you need to be able to bash someone's head in. You need to have a sling or something. With this one, you can be a pure caster. It's a little harder. Like, even here, like with all my things as a pre-sorcerer, I still can hit someone. I wouldn't say reliably, but I can. But technically, like Magic Bolt, my main offensive ability is Magic Bolt. I can cast that about 5 times and nothing else. So I don't really want to be casting things like very often. Like you are... The recovery of MP takes a little bit of time. And because it takes just a little bit of time, like you want to be a little bit conservative. You want to be conservative about it, but you also want to be like, yeah, okay, let's go. Let's fucking do this. But there's also things to help you out with that. But again, it's one of the ideas that you're not necessarily supposed to just be one thing, if that means anything. Like as a priest sorcerer, yeah, I'm a good mage, but I want to keep you alive more than anything. But I can still do something. I should have picked up a ranged weapon technically. I may not get any bonus damage or extra benefits from it, mind you. But I may be able to sling, do a little bit of something. Meta magics and things like that, like MP savers or something like this. A lot of these give you advantages or give you certain effects, effectively. I chose targets. It's targets I chose? Yes. Which technically I can say, hey, my meta magic here says I can change the number of targets, so why not let me change my magic bolt to 2 targets instead? So bang, I can able to hit 2 people at once for 10 mana, which is quite a lot of mana, but it's there. But for my healing, on the other hand, I can heal multiple people at once. So it's like, okay, there are 3 people who need healing. I can be like, okay, everybody's getting healed in that. It's going to cost me 3 times as much, but everyone's getting healed for 1 round. Or hey, I can heal everybody in an area. But I'm going to possibly need some assistance there. I'm going to need somebody to assist. But yeah, lots of stuff here. That's kind of the idea. Now we got all the items, comprehensive list of items, stats, all the different things here. This is one of the weirdly detailed amount of weapons. I don't know why. Yes, you want to get a kukri in EP. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Kotzbalger, saber, estox, broadswords, bastard swords, falchions. They brought in a fucking falchion in this goddamn game. There's a fucking falchion, a Zweihänder, Shanshir. It's kind of odd to me. Generally speaking, if you are playing something like a fencer, for example, you want to go for something like a rapier, because you know you're 16. If you have 16 strength, going for a rapier means that you qualify for it, and you're able to reduce your crit value by it for quite a bit, and able to kind of crit pretty reliably and pretty hard. You don't want to be a fencer and choose to have a bastard sword, however. That ain't gonna work for you. Or a long sword, until you get pretty high level anyway. Like, that ain't gonna work for you. Like, technically, I could qualify for a short sword if, because I have 7 strength. You know, poor Manlity here is a noodle boy, and because he is a noodle boy, he's not allowed to have nice things. Well, you also get things like the Fleesa, Fast Bikes, Shivona, Lamberge. Then we get some various axes. We all love axes. Not nearly as much as spears, but it's also not nearly as much as swords, but guys, I hate to break it to everybody here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like that's like one of the things. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot more kind of like direct names just to make it sound better. Because one of the, and I do this too, mind you, is there is only so many ways for you to write spear or like sword. It's like, what's this sword do? It's a swordy sword. What's this sword do? Sword's better. What does this one do? Swords. What's its ability? Sword. I mean, you kind of see here with like the B rank spears. Short spear, long spear. And technically, a fucking pike, mind you. A pike is almost like it is over 6 times like the value of a fucking long spear, even though at the core of things, a pike is just a long ass spear. Yeah, various equipments here. You want to just bonk somebody with a mallet. Technically, if you want to be like, I believe you should be able to play a fencer with like a fencer with a spear would be pretty easy, relatively easy to do, but it would be difficult, which is weird to think about. However, you can technically play a fencer with a mallet, just a really heavy mallet, which is funny for me to think about. Or a fencer with a staff, because you need a really low strength requirement to do any of these things. So it's like, oh hey, yeah, I've got a huge amount of strength, for example. I can use the quarterstaff really efficiently and just beat the shit out of people. You can. I chose a quarterstaff, obviously. Yes, quarterstaff. Flails. You have multiple flails are like one of those weird ones. Like, where the fuck did flails come from? Warhammers. We all love warhammers. You can technically take a pick if you want. If you want to have real dwarf hours, I'm gonna sword. Yeah, technically you can be maximum dwarfening, and just take a pick or a matic technically, or be a real human being and take a war pick. Rock and stone, brothers. Rock and stone. Yes, the 10 times cost war pick to war pick. And then we have the, again, let me reemphasize this, God hates grapplers. Yeah, most things are like, these are like the grappling weapons are like, yes, punching has a power of 0, and kicking has a power of 5, however, even -1 on it. So what you want to do is like take better equipment gradually, like iron knuckles. You want to take these, with solid heels, because what happens is if you take iron knuckles, it replaces your punch. But if you take in solid heels, it takes over your kick. So you want to take like, oh, I have my iron boxing gloves effectively, but my shin guard so I can like kick people and punch people at once. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky in that regard. Yo, uh, yeah. Again, just remember, God hates grapplers. Various thrown weapons. I do like having just stones. Like, yeah, technically a stone is better than a like. When in doubt, just pick up a rock and just fucking throw it at the enemy. Like, someone's walking to me like, "Oh, hello there. How are you doing?" Rock. Oh, what's rock? Rock and stone, brothers. Rock and stone. Technically, you can throw chakrams. Weirdly enough, a sling is considered a like this is like the bizarre thing. Slings are considered A-rank thrown weapons, and slings are terrifying because they have a power of fucking 12. Like to put this into context, a sling is slightly easier to use, like slightly weaker than my full quarterstaff, and you need one hand to use it, and you can put it in one hand and go, I wonder what that go, and just fucking David and Goliath, some poor fucker who's just kind of standing there having a ball, and it's not like it's hard to get ammo for a sling. It's like, oh man, look at this rock I have. Ping, 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 ping. It's poor little goblin over here, just minding his own fucking business. Suddenly, he's got a rock going through his skull. Like, no, little goblin, what are you doing? There are like no fucking bows though. I should put in yeah. Give me 1 second. Make this more accurate. There we are. There are very few bows, because you would think like top of the head. Oh yeah, dwarf grappler is nuts, mind you, because you become just this tiny little ball of fury. The problem is with grapplers is that you have to play a grappler. That's like the biggest issue I have with grapplers really in the system, is you cannot play really anything else except a grappler. And it kind of it loses a little bit of the I would say the uniqueness of the system, where it's like, hey, I want to play a grappler, but I can't really go into like fencer, for example. If you're playing a grappler, that's just not really a thing you can do. You have to play a grappler. You can't really go into different circles. Yeah, it's grappler is effectively punching, kicking, wrestling, throwing. It's every single thing that involves beating the shit out of people. Grappler priests. Honestly, playing like a grappler priest isn't the worst idea in the world, but playing a grappler enhancer, oh fuck me, man, that's scary as shit. Like, grappler enhancers can pretty much be, pretty much just walk up saying like, oh, give me 1 second, rock, as fucking LARP is gone from Hunter x Hunter, and because that you can just empower yourself doing shit. It's whack. Yeah, no, there are very few bows in this game, which you would think, like, top of your head, fantasy adventure game, you'd think, oh, like an archer. There has to be an archer of some kind. There isn't. There are very few bows in this game. And there's no, like, ranger class or anything. Like, there just isn't. I thought that was kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck a wrapped bow is. Like, is that a thing? I'm gonna Google wrapped bow. Like, is that like a thing? I guess it's referring to like a recurve bow. I guess this is what they're referring to as like a recurve. Yeah, because they don't really have anything else. So yeah, if you want to play archer, this one of your 6 bows. Yeah, that's one of those like, huh? You would think there'd be more bows or something like that, but there really isn't. Crossbows, even there's crossbows have a bow gun. That's not, guys. You're just guys. That's not a crossbow. That's a gun. That's a bow gun. Yeah, kind of the same idea. Technically, with bow guns, you can one hand a bow gun, so go for it. Uh, the firearms. Yes, you can technically just have a firearm if you feel like. Max magazines of 3. So yeah. I don't think weapon variety really matters. Most of the weapons are reskins of other weapons in their class with higher strength requirements / power. Yeah, it's just weird going from like you go from like up here, for example, where it's like, hey everybody, you want some like weird amount of swords? And it's like, yeah, here's like a Kotzbalger, you know, a saber, Estox, and all these things. And then you go down to bows, and bows are like, hey, we have a short bow, a normal. There's just normal bow. I find that just funny. I find that just very entertaining. Mostly because there really isn't like, I was kind of weirded out because again with Goblin Slayer there's the Ranger class, and the Ranger class actually is where the archers, where you fight, where guys from range. That's actually like a dedicated main class. That isn't really a main class in this game. There isn't a dedicated ranged martial class. I thought that was very fascinating. Technically, like Ranger is a minor class, so is things like Scout. Like both of those are minor classes. I'm like, huh, that is. It's weird to think about that just isn't a thing. So if you want to play like a full-on Ranger, I guess you would play a let's see, what would you play? You would play a no, that's with Marksman. Marksman's a minor class. That's the thing, Marksman's a minor class as well. So if you want to, I guess if you really want to play like a full-on like ranger character, like a guy with like a bow or something, you would be playing like a ranger marksman. Like that's just what you would be. You're a lot more supporty than you think. If you think about it, you would be very supporty. You, yeah, exactly. You'd be advancing very quickly, but it's kind of weird like that one of them isn't like a main class. I guess if you want to be efficient about it, you would play. If you want to go more like the martial route, if you want to play let's be honest, if you want to play Aragorn, you would go fighter marksman. Yeah, you would go fighter marksman if you want to be a little bit. You actually fighter 1 marksman, fighter 1 ranger 2 marksman 1. Fighter 1 marksman, fighter 1 marksman 1 ranger 2. That should just be enough. You're very specialized, but you can do it. It was interesting going from like point A to point B, from like Goblin Slayer to this, just because of like, oh, this is priority now, or like this isn't priority at all. Yes, there are quite. I do like though. This is a personal favorite of mine, of the fact that the matchlock pistol has a magazine of 3. My my absolute favorite, my favorite 3-barrel matchlock pistol. Have no fear, everybody. I have the power of the gun. It ain't cheap being an archer either. It's fucking expensive. Yeah, 12 arrows for 10, like, eek. However, this is the one advantage. Again, this just makes sling life a lot more powerful. Where it's like, hey, like, oh man, like what's my favorite? What do I want to do? I want to play a slinger. What do I have? I have a rock. I'm like, man, rocks are lame. I got my powerful thing. Yeah, this is it's just a matchlock pistol, and they still like, yeah, it has a magazine of 3. I love it. I love it. I know what you guys are talking about. It's the best. Yeah, grapplers may equip. Yeah, non-metallic armor. Generally speaking, there is like one specific like situation in which you will be able to do something. It's, you know, you have like the requirement like, oh, you'll take a penalty to casting. Technically, I should have picked up soft leather because that's just objectively better than my current situation, which is cloth armor. But I went with cloth armor. It's not much. It's not much of a difference, so I didn't bother with it. But non-metallic A-ranked ones, if I were to level up at all, I would want to level up and I would go to the armored coat. A little bit more expensive, but I get a little bit of evasion on it. But we go there, and then we have the metal armors. Still not a lot of metal armors either. Generally, it's it is a very controlled set of ideas. Very controlled. There's a level 7. Yeah, it's a level 7 feat, though. It's pain. Boy, I think of the Drizzt dwarf fighting in the armor covered in spikes by cannonballing towards enemies, yeah. This reminds me of 3.5 guns where you basically shooting 5 gold shooting 5 gold at people every time you pull the trigger. Generally, bullets aren't too expensive. Like, relatively speaking, bullets are expensive. I forgot. Bullets are hellishly expensive. That's painful. That is agonizing, in fact. Not as bad as Goblin Slayer's fucking dart guns. Which does actually, you know what? Putting into context, it does explain why Goblin Slayer has dart guns, actually. I never realized that. Various shields. Technically, you can take the Great Barrier. Have no fear, everybody. I'm gonna beat you to death with my sword, my shield. Yeah, you want to do, you can do spike shield if you want, a little bit more aggressive. Power 13. Power 40, mind you, for the Great Barrier, in which you just run up to somebody and just slam them over the head with your shield. Does a fucking 40 has a power of fucking 40. Like, that's an insane amount of damage. Like, even like an average roll of like 7, you're adding like 9 or 10 damage to it. It's wonk. And we got some basic items, you know, your adventure set. Always take the adventure set. Like, honestly, here would be my thing. Unless the GM specifically states, I would say always give everybody the adventure set. It's just, there's no reason to not have it, kind of thing. You know, various different lamps, various, you know, adventuring tools. Cool, we like adventuring tools. You can buy underwear individually. Cool. Snowsuits. Cool. Hey, everybody, you want to have 1 week's worth of clothes? Various miscellaneous stuff. Like, the advantage here is that, like, you can probably, like, most... Yeah, exactly. You get like 1,200, 7,000 gamels per mission. It's not like 50 isn't a lot, but like when you're first starting out, when you have like a relatively small amount of money, it's like, you're looking at me who likes to hoard his money. Wait, is there any reason to not use the 40 power shield if you have strength? You can't use any other weapon. That's kind of the drawback. And by the time you've hit that point, probably there are other weapons available for you. It's worse if you make her writer. Yeah. Those rental costs are brutal. Yeah, like, it's like, oh fuck, my money. Yeah, various living costs. Of course, I didn't really need to spend too much because just I didn't need to buy armor or like any big weapons or anything, so I ended up with a decent chunk of money left over of my 1200. I did take a healing potion and a wake potion because it's always good to be prepared. Various we have got lodging, food and drink. If you have no fear, everyone. You want to eat a meal, you want to have a lunch, you want to have lunch. It's 8 game. Come on, cop it up, bitch. A lot of tobacco. You want to have tobacco, prepackaged cigarettes for pipe use. Have no fear, everybody. You could be cool too. Various herbs, various potions. Class specific items. There are actually quite a few like class specific ones that you sometimes need to take. Generally speaking, it's not of your initial money, you will have some left over if you are not like completely spending every dime. If you're playing something like a scout, then yeah, you're going to like need a little bit more. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Oh goodness. Give me a moment. I need to fix my life up here real fast. Oh god. Oh Lord. Lord have mercy. Ah, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. I took a drink of my coffee and realized that it was just syrup at the end, at the bottom there. And I met the face of God. And God was not merciful. ASMR Notepad gets his coffee, his review of his coffee. I just been letting it sit because I've been talking to you guys. I get my shitty cheap coffee that I made. Oh, yes. Venturing tools, accessories. A lot of the accessories don't do anything. Like, yeah, cool, you bought a turban. But it's like you need to get the special hairpins, you need to get the pointed hats. Like, yeah, there's the things that don't do anything, and then the things that do things. Got a few different ideas and different tools to have fun with. We kind of go down here. It's like these are like the more like special items. There aren't too many special items in the main book, but also not too complicated to make them either, or just find them in other places. This is the excessive lore section. Lore. We love lore. I love lore. We all love lore. Dullahan. This is the main area. You want to go to the Mirage Empire? UC's magical principality. Oh wow. Game mastery. Generally speaking, it kind of goes over like some very basic, like how to run a game. Here's how you do this. This is how you do this. Like, this is how you end a session. This is how you get things. One of the bigger ideas is like the idea of like sword shards and what people are going to be doing. Now, your first adventure, like in Gamels, you are expected to like, hey everybody, you got 1,200 bucks. Oof. Yeah, some of these like initial ones, I'm like, okay, like we don't get a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's if you want to be a cheapskate, you can kind of fuck your players out of some money, but if you're kind of doing your fucking job, like people are making money. But you also should be bleeding them. Now there are some scenarios like to kind of give you everybody. These are like some basic scenarios. Let's have them in the book. You know, like what does the quote dungeon look like? Like, oh hey, look everybody. You know, searchers are ranger not allowed. With target number 8 is successful. 1 gun, 24 bullets, 3 Mako stones. Ooh, ooh. Now, monsters are pretty simple. We kind of went over them a little bit. Like, oh, you get some bonus experience points for defeating some monsters. They don't actually make death checks. Now, if they do have a sword shard, they get a lot stronger. These are effectively boss monsters. But unlike Goblin Slayer, one thing I'm kind of saddened about is that as in Goblin Slayer, they had the kind of the feeding system. They don't really have that in this game. I did like that a lot in Goblin Slayer, unfortunately. So it's like in Goblin Slayer, effectively how it worked was, if I scroll down here, what would occur is these guys, like an arrow hoodling, would have 2 options. Is if you can treat them as like a normal mob, or you can also treat them as a pretty basic, enemy to feed a boss creature. So it's like, I liked that idea a little bit more than the kind of like what they're doing here, which is a little bit more traditional. Thus far, all this sounds great, except maybe grappler racism. Hey, if God didn't want, if God wanted you to be happy, he wouldn't have made you a grappler. Yeah, there's quite a few different, like, even, like, enemies. Like, there are plenty of enemies. And, like, the big thing is you could probably use the ones in the Goblin Slayer book a little bit as well. And actually converting stuff, like, I would say back converting, like, Goblin Slayer to Sword World stuff would actually be pretty simple. Not entirely, like, super simple, but it would be possible. There's quite a few different, monsters kind of go through here. And all of them do their own things. All of them have their own abilities, own fun stuff to do. And yeah, that's Sword World 2.5. Not a complicated game. Now, of course, like I said, we're going to we'll go through these ones. We'll go through them a little bit quick, because I'll go over some of the highlights of the different things. Obviously, as I was talking about before, we had the bodybuilder. This is a Rulebook II. You can call this kind of like the initial supplement book. Now, they actually add in a few different races. They have the Lil Draken themselves. Cool. We have the grass runners. Not anything, just the grass runners. Are there grappler enemies though, like Roper? They are actually introduced in the 3rd book. Mind you, they are introduced in the 3rd book. And they do their own thing. Yeah, they do introduce a couple of different races, such as the Mira Fey Touched as well. Like, oh. Yeah, these guys are pretty much people who fucking cohort with the fairies too much. Like, wow, endemic to Alpine continent, close to forest and land, they've long-lived or short-lived, and although they look different, they are treated as the same race. I mean, that would really suck. Like, oh, man, you're a short-lived? Man, I've outlived 3 of your generations. I knew your grandpa. I'm like, oh. I feel as if though I feel a little bit sad. Yeah, Lil Draken are otherwise known as the Get Ripped Quick option, as you can have a shit ton of vitality. They have 2d6 plus 6 vitality. All of them do. I have no idea why they have such insane like vitalities. But yeah, to give you an idea, a Grass Runner is going to be rolling 2d6 plus 6 for everything except C and E, if we go over here, except their strength and intelligence. They aren't very smart, but they are of incredibly high spirit and incredibly high vitality. They will not die under any circumstance. Unless you're a Mira, in which case, Mira, you can't spell fun without pain. How many books does this game need? Technically, a Grass Runner is, in words of one syllable, hobbits. They're hobbits. Yeah, smaller upright walking dragons. They receive the blessing of the Sword of Harmony, Lumineer. In fact, despite their first appearance, they many tend to be wise merchants and appreciate contact with the rest of Raxia. They are born from eggs and treated as an adult after 3 molts. 30 years. You kind of see out here, they get a bunch of different... These guys are actually probably the absolute best grapplers, because they get a free wrestling weapon. Like right off the bat. They get a free wrestling weapon, and they can fly. So you can do flying tackles if you feel like. Grass Runners, small humanoids traveling through the steppes, well known for their cheerful and active wanderers. For some reason, they have inherent aptitude to make them less responsive to mana. They are not very interested in magic. Where they come from and how they came to Rexy is a mystery, as they keep no records. Their true origins remain shrouded. Have been found near demons in underground labyrinths or in shallow abyss on rare occasion. Even when fully grown, they can easily be mistaken for human children. In many cases, however, curiosity ends their life before reaching old age. They're effectively hobbits. Yeah, interestingly enough, they don't actually have mana. I don't know why they are not restricted on taking, I find it odd they are not restricted on taking things such as Sorcerer or Conjure, because technically they can't be that. They can't spend mana. They don't get any mana. So yeah, they are literally anti-magic halflings. But here's the beautiful thing. You want to know somebody else who is anti-magic halflings? God hates grapplers, so they became draconic balrogs through Satan. Yeah, pretty much. God hates grapplers, so instead they became dragons. Like, of course. This makes complete sense. Yeah, you kind of see over here, they are allowed to become bards. Bards are actually pretty good, and you do realize, look at their fucking body scores. I just realized their fucking body scores are 0 or 1. What's... Like, look, they get 14 fucking base. Jesus, they can get 14 base. Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't realize they had 0 or 1. They are literal noodle people. Yeah, flowers blooming in prominent places. Yeah. Yeah, this was the very interesting interesting bit is that yeah, short-lived species live for about 10 years, while long-lived species live for nearly 300. Yeah, one of the ideas that the Mira evolved from plants. Like, yeah, sorry, oh, I'm 8 years old. Me like, oh, that's not very important. That's fine. You know, you'll be fine. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to be dead in like 2 years. Like, wait, what? Nani? Yeah, 20. Their MP recovers a maximum value. They cannot choose. They can sleep if they choose to. However, they do not recover MP and MP. Yeah, things get a little bit wacky. You do actually get some new background tables if you want. Generally speaking, you don't need them, but you can if you feel like it. including being a Tablet Sorcerer Conjurer, which just means you have no experience anymore. Sorry. Basic Rune Folk. You got some more here. You got some more Nightmare ones. If you've noticed, a lot of them are adding things that were added in this particular expansion, notably like Bards and Hansers. They do actually they do allow you to become a nightmare of different origins, such as, hey, you can be a Lycate, you can be a Lil Draken, a Grass Runner, or a Mara. Like, hey, everybody, you're a tiny little hobbit fucker, except you have horns growing out of your head. Like, oh, that's horrifying. Like, wow, I hate it. Section of everything. Yeah, lots of different. This is pretty much this is just a pure expansion, mind you, of things, including going all the way to level 10. Now you kind of see down here what they added was the Enhancer, Bard, Fairy Tamer. These were the big three that they added. And you kind of see here. Now, the idea of the Fairy Tamer is that you're summoning fairies into the fight. That's what you're doing. You're summoning fairies to help you out with. Now, they also allow you, if you hit level 6 or higher, some of your abilities get, extended out. Get more things too. So, hey, you get an enhanced beast form. You get an enhanced, when the wings. Hey, you get advanced thriving life. Wow. Some basic new game rules, few new skills. You kind of see bardic powers. Performance is spirit modifier, but this actually makes a lot more sense because you are technically a bard, and that's what you do things with. That is actually how you perform, is using the power of magic, which is why bards are weird. Bards are weird. Retry it. They do introduce the idea of retrying actions, which was kind of touched on with Goblin Slayer. I would say the version of Sword World that we see in Goblin Slayer is mostly a mix of 1 and 2. Of Book 1 and Book 2. Not really Book 3 as much. I'm kind of see here, speeding up action checks. This is standard combat. Now, we kind of talked about this in the Goblin Slayer video. The very strongest grass runners managed to have a +1 bonus in strength. Yeah, 1 to 6 strength. It's quite literally you can roll up to the enemy and be like, hey everybody, what's going on? I'm ready to go, as you just fall apart. Like, you cannot wield most weapons. There's a distinct chance that you will be unable to wield a proper weapon as a grass runner. Now, the idea when it comes to kind of the normal combat, this is normal combat, is that it uses along this idea of this axis, which is, you can be, hey, we're 5 meters apart from each other, we're effectively engaged, but if you're far back here, if you're 20 meters away from everybody and I'm only 10 meters away, we have to represent that on the battlefield. It's just a straight line effectively. It's not as complicated as as Goblin Slayer is, because the weird thing with Goblin Slayer is, if I go here, we go here, mirror. This Goblin Slayer is actually somewhat interesting in that regard, because what it does is, we're going back to drawing, because of course we're drawing, is it'll say okay, you're here, let's say you're here, the enemy is here, and you have an ally who's here. Goblin Slayer wants you to actually track the distances between everything. So it's oh, you're 10 away, you're 15 away, and that means technically if he's trying to make an intercept run, you can intercept him. They want you to track this. Effectively, how Sword World, how second version does, how Sword World 2 does it, is there's a line. You just have a pure line, and it's oh, well, I'm over here, and that means I'm 10 away. If you're here, that means you're 5 away, and that means the enemy here is 5 away from me. If another enemy over here, he's 25 or something away from everybody else. This is the standard combat. This is how you're supposed to be playing it. It's a little bit odd, but I'm in. I like it. I think it works better than Goblin Slayer's kind of more I will affectionately call it abstracted ability. You know, melees and skirmishes. Yeah, it's skirmish range, like number. This is the, like, they want to talk about the idea of skirmishing, of kind of fighting one another. Like, what are the distances between people? What are the, it's a lot more complicated. I don't really feel as if it needs to be as complicated as this sometimes, but this is kind of the idea of it. If you are within 3 meters of each other, you're technically in a skirmish. You know, that's everybody within about 5-meter-ish radius of, everyone's fighting one another. Everyone's kind of going back and forth with one another. Like, I'm trying to stab you, you're trying to stab me. We're kind of running around. If you're a part of that skirmish area, suddenly it's like you can be dragged into things. Like, someone can break through and try to stab you versus somebody on the very exterior of the skirmish who can't really be targeted at. Like, that's all that really is. I would say a vast majority, like, yeah, this is a situation that can occur. Yeah, that I would say you can probably use a combination of the simple method and the more standard method. But if you were to, if someone were to say, like, okay, you got to choose something, like, I would probably stick with the simple method because that works pretty well for me anyway. And I think they're okay with them doing that. You kind of see, like, number of people accounted for blocking and skirmishes. Oh, you lose a little bit of the nuance when it comes to, like, ranging, wide area effects, or misfiring and things like that. You lose a little bit of the nuance there, but that's just a me thing. You know, you do lose a lot of shielding, though. Like, that's a big thing, which you do lose a lot of the shielding ideas. Most everything else works pretty simple. They do have to re-explain some ideas, like fixed damage, invisibility they add in the rules for, modification for auditory skills, underwater breathing in combat. Yeah, if you want to do that, you want to have underwater, you want to do swimming checks, we've got all the swimming skills. Yes, there are, let's actually check here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 pages dedicated exclusively to swimming. Various falling damages when it comes to flying. Equipment limits, if you exceed it. Yeah. This, frankly amazing chart here. Like, yeah, grappler, non-grappler only. If you're a grappler only for throwing, if you're shooting, yeah, welcome to the God I Love charts. I mean, different restrictions on rank, different armor ratings. Oh, man. Now, for Conjure, they added a lot of the idea of you can summon golems, you can summon the undead, you can kind of control them to do a lot more things. You kind of see here. It's like, hey, I want to create an oak golem. If you want to create an oak golem, it's going to cost 4 MP. You require to be level 3, but you can summon a golem. But hey, you know, we want to make undead. I want to make a skeleton. Ooh. Oh. It's prohibited to harm the corpse. Conjure unearthing graves could be lynched. Conjurers with undead by their side will be arrested, although in large city, swords of protection will prevent the undead from coming into the city property. Yeah. Technically, you can make undead if you want to. If that's a thing you feel like making. If you want to be a necromancer, you can. Defending countless commandless states, god categories, and more spheres of influence. This is the first major class that they add, which is the idea of fairy tamers. They use fairy magic. And fairy magic requires you to acquire fairies to do things. Pretty simple. You must be able to call out to the fairy, and then the fairy will cast the spells for you. Easy enough to understand. Yeah. To use... Yes, you're gonna have to, get some decent gems to do this. You will need all of them. You will need many fairy gems. You will never not have enough fairy gems. Just keep buying. You want to buy all of them? 1,500 gamels. Cough it up, bitch. Yeah, this is the, like, oh, you want to, it's summon this, and summon this, gotta summon you, gotta do all these different fucking things. The enhancing techniques, this is like one of the odder ones. Enhanced class basically cannot make action checks. Also, since it is not a wizard type class, it does not increase MP. It is not a class that makes use of weapons, but uses non-magical techniques with special effects. Yeah, body with mana to create advantages in battle. This is like one of their gimmicks, you could say. Is, use of techniques. You have to target it. You are pretty much using MP to do something. You don't get any bonuses to it. You're just using your natural magic to do things. This is the gimmick with fucking bards. All right, everybody, we're gonna learn how to do bards. Bards, you can somewhat replace a sage with a bard. Like that's a thing. You can somewhat replace a sage with a bard. But you can very easily kind of sub out one world. Poke's world must exist in some salaryman's PC. I would not doubt it. I have a strange and beautiful feeling there is at least one Japanese salaryman who runs Sword World who has it on his computer right this moment, and he looks at it constantly, and he keeps telling his players he's going to run it, but he can't. Which I am surprised that something like Group SNE or one of them haven't pretty much gotten the, like, hey, we want to do a Pokemon thing. I'm surprised, actually. You'd think Nintendo would try to hop on that shit. If only just to get more people in. Yeah, this is the idea. You technically count it as a spell class, but instead of using your intelligence modifier, you're using your spirit modifier, which does make dwarves amazing bards, by the way. This is also one of the reasons why you can play a Grass Runner Bard, is that it does not actually deal with mana at all. There's no mana involved in it. All it is pure heart. You are literally singing using the power of the soul. Played when certain conditions are met by a spell song, it allows the performer to create this direct attack or recovery effect that cannot be created by spell song. So, when you are performing a spell song, this is the best way to think about it. You build up rhythm, and then you play the finale. You build up the thing, you spend it on a thing. That's all really bards do. And there's a couple, you kind of see here. You start a battle, use a spell song, generate, accumulate rhythm, use the finale, consume. Now, how this works in play, and make it a little bit more like simple to kind of like wrap one's head around. You start singing. You are directly attempting to aid your allies or interfere with your enemies. You accumulate rhythm, and then you use an effect to do something else. And then you go back to using a different spell song. Hey, I want to support you to give everyone a little bit of bonus to hit. We're spending a little bit more to get bonus to hit, bonus to hit, bonus to hit. Then I'm going to use the finale and recover everyone's HP. Cool. Bards are pure support. Yeah. Take a level and button. They may choose one spell song or finale. Generally speaking, you do need to be about level 2 in a bard to be efficient. Like, that's the best way to think about it. I would say one spell song, one finale, but you can take it because it's a minor class. That's the thing. It's because it's a minor class, you're able to do it a little bit more easy. You do need instruments, have no fear. Uh, if you want to go in there with an accordion, you're damn right. Like, if the instrument cannot play a simple melody, it's a -4 penalty when applied for a performance check. So, yeah, the most efficient way is to be a fucking Napoleonic flute player. Yeah, just go fucking town as you're like dodging arrows and trying not to get blasted by magic. It's great. Yeah, various spell song durations. You kind of see here, last only one round. Gaining rhythm. Conditional spell effects. Where's the best way? Targets of finale's duration. We have all the different finales. Managing your rhythms. 3 types of rhythms. Management is per character. Yeah. If you want to play a band, you're not going to play a band in this game. Let's just say that. If you're trying to play a band, you will die. You want to buy a pets for some unholy reason. This is all of the pets. This is the idea of the adventuring rank system. Generally speaking, the higher your rank is, the higher your rank builds, you're able to get more things. You know, it's like, hey, I have a really high rank. I'm officially an adventurer. I've got 100 reputation. And I can leverage that a little bit. People know me. Oh, hey, personalized equipment. I'm able to leverage the fact that I am a hero. I've gained some, a little bit of notoriety, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, to get personal equipment. Hey, I can spend some money. I've got a pretty good chunk of money, but I'm able to requisition new equipment, requisition new accessories, maybe even get some, fun, gems or even scout tools. Because people know me. They like me. I'm neat. And of course, have no fear. Our adventurer ranks, dagger, rapier, broadsword, greatsword, flamber, sentinel, Hyperion. And then it's the Sword of Genesis Star, rank 2, rank 3. You will most likely hit here. you will be officially rank 1. You kind of suck. not gonna lie. Yeah. Generally speaking, I think a lot of people are going to hit about here, as this is like, hey, you've officially hit the big leagues as you're like level 1 to 6. This is your here, and then 6 up is about, like, I would say these 3. 7 and up is when you start hitting this tier. Like, that's when you start hitting like the big leagues. Oof. Yeah, venturing ranks. You need to go to the people who are issuing. Renowned items through requisition. Fame and preferential treatment. People just like you. Hey, you're a great sword. People like you. And like, hey man, things are good. Hey everybody, you are a Sword of Genesis. People, you'll pay on tab. People like you that much. You're good. Life's great, man. You'll get payment in advance. Things go wrong because God hates you. Have no fear. Disgrace, 1 to 20, Goblin Nuisance. Prevention rank. You can't advance if everyone hates you too much. Yep. Yeah, technically you can become a Goblin Nuisance, an Ogre Outcast, Troll Extreme Evil. World Breaker, the Drake enemy of humanoids. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world. Yep. We have no fear, we have more fellow shit. We all love the fellow stuff. Let's see, more data for level 7 to 10. lot more items, kind of a lot more spells, a lot more gear, a lot more stuff to fuck around with, generally speaking. I like quite a few of these. These work pretty well. This is my favorite spell, the Fist of God. Again, grappler, if you just play a grappler priest and just cast Fist of God, this is all it does. It does power 20. If you are, mind you, if you are worshipping an ancient deity, you have power 40. And you just deal that much damage. Hey everybody, it's time to use the power of God. Hey kids. Yeah, if you're level 8 at this point, being able to use this, you probably have around, you're going to be doing like plus 8, plus 12, plus 12, plus 15 damage, being able to just punch somebody across the fucking map. Why is this a thing? I don't know. I find it hysterical, though. You know, different things here. A lot more spells. Here's the thing, you don't need Core Book II, Core Book III to actually play. That's one of the big things. You don't need any of those additional core books to actually play the game at all. All you need, these are all the fucking fairy spells. There's so many fucking fairy spells. What you need at the end of the day is just the main book, and if you want to add more shit, you can just get the other rule books. But here's the big thing. If you do not want, mind you, if you don't want to have a fairy summoner class, don't bring in the fairy tamers. Just don't bring them in. Like we're not dealing with fairy tamers. Cool. It's so modular in this game. I find that very interesting. Yeah, this is the idea of, you know, the enhancers, for example. You know, it's like, okay, where was the fucking thing? So it's like, yeah, hey, I'm using a technique to do this thing. Like, it's antibody, owl sight, gazelle feet. By virtue of me clicking my body into place, it's, hey, I'm able to do it. Let's go. 100% beetle skin. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's go. Fast. Boom, boom, boom. And you are able to actually kind of defend yourself in some respects and able to kind of push yourself beyond the limit. You know, you can get some bigger ones too. And like you get shit like giant arms. Increase your strength score by plus 12. Yeah. Plus 12 strength score. That means you're gonna be almost double, like you're gonna be getting a plus 2 modifier to almost anything you do. Or you can just say, hey, I'm gonna do recovery. Like I'm alive. You grow fucking wings if you feel like. Because you can do that. Spell song. This is like some of the basic spell songs, such as ambiance. Now, if you're doing ambiance, for example, this is the rhythm you're gonna be generating. This is the accuracy you're going to be generating. You don't need to sing it all. You just need to play. And you're trying to get things. If you hit the bardic inspiration, you hit the flourish value, you get a little bit of extra rhythm on. Cool. All the way down here, you see more spell songs. Now, this is what the finales look like. So, for example, you know, if we've been playing just the things you know, pretty much make your life miserable, we can say Winter's Chill. I have to spend this rhythm. I have to make a check if they can resist it at all. If I do hit, I deal 6 damage. I crit actually, so I need to roll again. 6 plus. I deal 10 damage to them. Good on me. All you gotta do. That's all it is. So that's why I say, like, you would need at least like rank 2 to really, you need to play about rank 2 to actually make it work. And it's like, hey, you need to do early bird, because awakening people is like, hey, wake the fuck up or stop dying. Yeah, you can try to wake people up that way. Summon fish. Cacophony, the people just hate it. The ballad. Have no fear, we're playing a ballad. This sad, melancholy song brings down the mood of all who hear it. Morale, +1 accuracy. Cool. Characters affected by the spell song receive +1 to their accuracy, but you're only generating +1 up. So it's like, oh, okay, let's like what kind of things do Spring Breeze, do a little bit of damage, but you can also take things if you hit level 5, like Beast Roar, you're dealing damage or assisting people. That's all it does. This full power warrior class and getting a horse. Yeah. We got some more passive combat feats to kind of play around with, mostly just for the fact of increasing the level cap effectively. A lot of stuff to kind of play around with here. More items, of course. You kind of see here, they do add a lot more. Mithril sword, slasher, claymores, more axes to fuck around with, more maces to fuck around with. Mostly because they have to add S-rank everything in, hence why you end up with S-rank warhammers, such as the heavy anchor, just hitting a bitch with an anchor. B-tier wrestling, have no fear, we have tails. A-tier wrestling, easy grips. Just beat the shit out of people if you feel like it. Just a sniper, you got some basic crew, you got some new crossbows going on there, you just have a gun. Have no fear, I have a gun. More amp, you can do elven arrows, okay, cool. Magic arrow, green bullets. Cool. Underwater bullets. Like, all the underwater stuff always is really making me think. I'm like, wait a second. Did somebody in the playtesting, somebody was like, hey guys, guess what time it is? It's time for the underwater session. I have this like beautiful situation that did occur. And that someone is just seething. Yeah, string bow. Hey everybody. Yeah, special instruments, special instrument proficiency. Cymbal shield, palace maracas. Have no fear, it's my maracas. Yeah, it's a go nuts. Potion balls, all I was throwing potions, thrown weapons. A lot more accessory. Just generally more shit. That's the best way to think about it. This is just more stuff. Not necessarily good, not necessarily bad, just stuff. You can do improvement. You can improve various weapons with enchantments. You want to do abyssal enchantments. Those are a thing you can do. Curses. A lot of stuff in this. That's kind of the best way to think about this, is that it's a lot of stuff that if you feel like you want to have, cool. Not mandatory, just cool. Famous people. Look, he's famous. He's Weiss Harves. Iris Harves, the bridging princess. She's 14 years old. Cool. 330 years old. Elf, dwarf. He's there. There's the queen of prostitutes. Or best diplomat of the race. She's crowned after sudden death of previous king, and many suspect even his death has been a revolt plot by Yokla. Yeah, knows the Witch of the West. She's Queen of the Kingdom of Mahajak. Yeah, that's just a thing. Cool. Yeah. Dwarfs, Red Lions. There's a lot of stuff. She's just 14. Like there's a lot of just stuff if you want to just use it. More items, more like, hey, here's what you do if you want to have more items. Like, here's how you can give people more money. I think that's kind of the summary of this particular expansion book is, do you like Sword World 1? Here's more. Here's more items. Here's more stuff. Here's more gear. Here's more things. Do you want more shit? And if you want more shit, we got more shit. Which brings us to rulebook number 3. Ta-da! Elves can grant the entire party water breathing. Yeah, it's that's kind of the funny thing is like where in the design process was someone like, guys, we gave elves fucking water breathing. Why the fuck aren't we using this? Like where was that? What was the event that had that occur? I would kill to be a fly in the room of just being the Japanese guys sitting around a table being like, you dive into the water. Yeah, I gotta kill this monster. Do we have rules for that? And everyone's looking at each other like, we don't have any rules for that. Yeah, this is Sword World 3. Guess what? There's more shit. Have no fear. Mostly it remains the same idea though. They do kind of talk about like higher level characters in this one. This is like the best way to think about it. Like this is clearly the final book you need. Like this is like high level shit that you may never even see. You want to play a cavalier? Here's a cavalier. He's only, this is his basic one. He's a fencer rider. He's a guy who rides. That's cool. He's cool. This is him at level 11 even. This is him at like really hard, like really high level. You want to play an alchemist? Guess what, everyone? We added the alchemist class. Of course we did. And slowly and steadily she levels up. Human warrior here got ripped over time. Yeah, no, he doesn't fuck around anymore. Elf priest sword master, guess what? She got fucking ripped. She's terrifying now. We don't fuck with her. I don't want to. Dwarf paladin is dripped the fuck out. He's ready to go now. Like I'm in. He's only level 10 though, but he's also a 10 priest, 10 fighter. Habit magician. He's becoming Big Hat Logan. Cool. I like Big Hat Logan. Nothing really changed here. She just has a bigger gun now. Legitimately, half this book is just like, how can we drip out our original characters? Like, how can we just drip them the fuck out? And then again, like, very important. Yeah, while everybody else gets dripped the fuck out, everyone else is looking like pretty fucking ripped. The boxer, on the other hand, is not. The boxer is just like, cool, I got new boots. Woo! Good job. Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Like, this guy is ripped the fuck. He's dripped the fuck out. If that guy rolled up into town, I'd be like, damn, man, I'm fucked. Like, this guy fucks. If this guy rolled into town, I'm like, what are you, level 1? Like, no, he's not dripped the fuck out. This guy looks dripped. He's ready. He's ready to roll into town and fucking NTR the protagonist. He's ready to fuck. I'm in. Okay, have no fear, everybody. I've invested in the French horn. Yeah, invested in the French horn. The Fey touched. You've just, as you can tactically notice, the short-lived Fey touch has died. He's just dead. Sorry, everybody. So we only have the long-lived one now. What a tragedy. I know. Technically there's two new races of the leprechaun and the Tians if we scroll all the way back up here. This is the Leprechaun, and this is the Teens. That's legitimately it. That they look exactly the same. Yeah, like they're pretty much the Teens are supposed to be like the super cool guys who are like super neat, and Leprechauns, I just kind of thought they were like a side race of somebody else. Like three, you're not looking at the races at this hour. Let's be honest with ourselves here. You know, we got kind of saying like, hey, leprechauns, you're tiny. Tiny. They can't technically turn invisible. I just realized I didn't actually go through the third book very well because I'm like, okay, well, we're pretty good. Yeah, it's to awaken from suspended animation, you know, but they can understand suspended animation at will. 20 MP to the jewel. Yeah, it's like, hey, wake the fuck up. More background tables because we like them. All the way to level 15 now. And they did add the Writer and Alchemist bonus classes. That's kind of really it. You hit level 11, you get even higher advanced classes. You want to get even higher level. You want to get even higher, you know, equipment. You want to get even better. You want to get even stronger. You want to get even grander. I think that's kind of the idea with this book is like, hey, how can we like kickstart you to go even higher? Can we get much higher? So high. This guy will fucking murder you. Yeah, see, the writer, see, this is always like this, the sad thing with the writer is like, the writer will always be countered by doing one thing. Ah, fool, I have bested you. I'm standing in this dungeon. Yeah, you're what? I'm in the dungeon. Can you come out? No. Please? Can you please come out? That'd be really cool if you could. Like, please come out. Like, the writer is like any cavalier where you have the intrinsic issue of the fact that you have to be a writer. You have to have a vehicle. And because you are a vehicle and because you are doing that, it's like, oh, well, I guess anytime we have to go like down or in a building, I'm just not going to be useful. It's like, oh. I would say you have to make a very specific scenario if you want to bring in the writers consistently. Which some people are going to be like, yeah, that's great. Other people are going to be like, no. No. You get a lot of stuff, mind you. You can choose to have you can make a full campaign of just, you know, mana bikers. But it's also like, hey, everybody. Jockeys can rent mounts by purchasing a mount contract. Yeah, you don't have no fear, everybody. You want to buy your fucking mounts. Purchase them at the end of this session. They will not be earned the infamous jockey title if they kill or destroy the mount. Yep. That's a little bit painful there. Little bit agonizing. I wonder if they have grass runner rule. Yeah, it's one of those things though, like it's kind of that immediate thing like I noticed with Cavaliers a lot. It's like there's a lot of stuff here, but it's also like, hey, by the way, we're going into a tight fortress. Like, really, do we have to? Like, do we have to? It's kind of like playing a rigger in Shadowrun a little bit. It's the idea that you have to immediately now deal with the fact that there's a rigger. Like the fact that there is somebody with this, things immediately change a little bit. It's cool, don't get me wrong. I think it's actually kind of interesting, you know, just the idea of like, hey, everything is, you're mounted, you're storing and releasing things, you're able to do a lot of these things. It's just the issue of like, Hey guys, good news. It's renting. Is mount rented from the riders who killed the jockey will get infamous jockey title. Compensation is required. Not obligated to return a dead mount, but they must return if they revive it. Yeah, return mounts of disabled section destroyed magic deck cannot return. Yeah. Rented animals killed was destroyed. Was rented mount can no longer be returned. Horse killer additional fee. Abandoner guild ruiner mount killer corpse rider. Just like I don't mean this. Yeah, it's let's see. Yeah, let's see. Riders with other jockeys cannot use both. Tell mount what to do. Behavior amounts of combat. I wonder. Yeah, it doesn't look like they actually have any rules. I was wondering if you could like again ride a dog, like be a fucking halfling cavalier. Because if you can play a halfling cavalier, you end up in a situation where you're allowed to effectively ride like a small animal, like a dog even, into combat, and it makes it a lot more viable to do. Yeah, this is the alchemists. Alchemists get to do a lot of different little things, mostly using mutations. They have their own set of rules and ideas, and again, it's one of those things. They add stuff for you, and I like the idea of adding things. It's fun to add things. You want to add different connections. Here it all it is. Here's all the things that you can add. You want to more fellows. Have no fears, everybody. We have more fellows. More data. You want more magic for literally everything? We've got more fucking magic. Have no fear. We will always have magic. Hey, you want just a car? Like, hey, magic would transfer into a mini mana bike. Cool. Hey, everybody, have no fear. You want to have a bike genocide bullet? You know, the genocide bullet. Basic fairy magic. Look at the little fairies go. Little fairies. I'm gonna put them in a bottle. I'm gonna fill up the jug. More spell songs, more mounts. Let's learn about mounts. Level 1 rider. With all these. -1 on certain checks. Lethal intent, mind to mind, remote command, enhance mount, attack obstruction, charge. Excuse me. A lot of different just stuff to do. Put a melee weapon and give it to a target. Hey, you clearly have stuff. And I like things. I don't want to go over like every single little bit because it's always there. We got a lot more weapons, in fact, though. Maybe not the most excessive amounts of weapons, but there are more. So it's like, hey, you want to have this? Cool, go for it. You want to have more spears? You want to have more anything? It's here. But the big thing is, if you say, I don't want to deal with riders, you don't need to deal with riders. They're a thing that you can add if you feel like it. And I like that. I like the idea of being able to add or not have to worry about certain things. I think it's appropriate. I think it's cool. Going through everything. I'm kind of going a little bit fast through this one because I don't really need to worry about it too much. Legendary horse, daredevil, divine horse, king of horses, Lubu. You can ride a dolphin if you feel like. Do you want to ride a dolphin? Mythical beasts, Pegasi, emerald raccoons, Magitech, mini mana bike. Get a purchase price 3,000, rental price 300. I've gone bankrupt. It's not, you know, like Magitech and iron rivets, flicker hammers. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things, and I like that. I like having fun things to do. It's entertaining. I like. Cool. Thumbs up. More mobility, superior mana bike, more lore shit. You want lore? We've got more lore, everybody. We love lore. Lore. Regions, different areas. More like side PCs, you know, famous people here. She's just 4. She's just a short. She's like nearly dead. The smiling. Look at that man. Look at that lad over there. He's just glad to be here. Yeah, lots of. Yeah, probably the thing is, like, at this point, you know, after about level 10, after, you know, 10 to 11 and, you know, all that, you've officially hit the point of you've hit the point where it's like, okay, this is end game. You're like, here's fellows at this point, you know, all that shit. It's like you are clearly going higher. You are hitting the point of no return. You're getting so much stronger, you're getting tougher. This is what I mean by debonding. Like, that's kind of the idea. Like, they can technically grapple you. And some of them get the idea of, like, hey, we can grapple now. You want to fight a blood troll? You can fight a blood troll if you feel like. You're gonna die, but we can pretend that it's gonna go well for you. Yeah, lots of stuff. It's hard for me to really say anything more than there is things here. Do you like things? And if you're like, no, I don't want more things because I don't like the core idea, then you're not going to like the rest of this. This isn't going to sell you on anything else. But if you go into this and you're like, hey, I like the basic idea, I like the system, I like the things. Each book is going to easily double the amount of content. That's kind of the big thing. Like, if you say, hey, I really like the basic book, I think it's really fun, I think it's really entertaining, I want more. Designer Beth Kurosawa, Rulebook III is finally published, so we finally have 2.5 rulebooks in one place. I'm so happy. The recreate dreams that cannot done in reality. I hope you will enjoy. I hope you will enjoy Dino Rider. Yeah, lots of stuff, obviously, and of course we have the basic translation team as well. This was mostly by translate by Awkward at this point. Kind of see here, this was released in 2022, like right at the end of 2022. This just came out, relatively speaking. But yeah, that is Sword World 2.5. There's probably more. I know there's another book. If you look on there, it's like a character bonus book or whatever. Like, it's more fucking options. But here's the thing. Here's the thing with Sword World. Let's break it down for everybody. Let's have a moment. Let's think about it. Let's take a breath. Sword World is good. It's a really good game. There's two distinct two little problems, two itty bitty little problems that I can see people are going to maybe throw it off. They're going to take it and they're going to shove it to the side. There's two things. One, it is very Japanese designed. That Japanese design permeates its entire existence. And there's going to be some people. Are you posting? And there are going to be some people who are going to look at it and immediately, I wouldn't say disregard, but almost immediately say, no, it is like, it's very structured. It has like a very clear idea of what it wants a standard session to look like. This is not a game where you can have like a no combat session. No, this game does not deal with no combat. you're going to get into a fight because that's what the game is built around. It is that kind of that older school mentality, and you can't like it's a lot harder to have calming sessions, and the way the game is built around, it's not like one of those kind of game where it's how do I want to word this? It's a very structured game. And that structure is going to either turn some people off because they want to do things a little bit more loosey-goosey. They say, hey, I have high intelligence. I'm playing a wizard. Why can't I make this check? I have this +3 in intelligence. Why can't I make it? Because you don't have the sage class. Well, that's stupid. Some people are not going to like that. And I think that kind of goes into its rules writing as well, as we kind of saw in the first book, which is here's a rule, here's an explanation of the rules, here's a triple explanation of the rules to make sure that you cannot possibly fuck it up, but also cannot kind of work around it. They don't give you a lot of wiggle room. And some people are going to be like, nope, can't do it. Other people are going to look at the fact that like they can't, like their classes are a little bit open-ended, and they're like, I just want to play a fighter. Okay, you can just play a fighter, but it's like, I want to play a fighter. I don't know what else to play. And they're just not gonna, some people are not gonna glom onto that fact as much, that this is, your character is a lot more important than their class. I think that's the best way to think about it. And because your character is a lot more important than the class, it's, yeah, you're going to invest in probably about 3 classes at most. 3-4 classes maybe. And that's going to turn some people off. I think the other major thing that's going to kind of fuck with people in this particular game, that people are going to be like, maybe not, maybe we aren't going to deal with this, is it is very, how do I want to word this? If you take away the Sword world, take away Raxia, can you still play the game? Yes, you can still play Raxia. You don't need Raxia really to play Sword World. Like, you can really shift Sword World into your own world. But there's going to be, you can, but then there's going to be little bits that you're going to have to kind of work in somehow, like all the Magitech stuff. Because if you don't have the Magitech stuff, suddenly the Artificer doesn't make any sense. And then they're like, the golems don't work unless you start making, it's very, how do I want to word? It's an ill-defined setting with enough defined in it that makes it maybe a little restricting for people who want to have like a really, like, I just want to play generic fantasy adventure 101 or something like that. That might turn some people off. Those are like the only 2 big complaints I have is the way it's presented is going to throw people off. And the fact that it is very much tied to Raxia, but Raxia isn't super designed. Like, it's super defined, but also completely undefined at the same time, because that's what the game they're going for. That's the idea. And some people are going to like that, some people aren't. I'm fine with it personally. I'm perfectly okay with it. I think the game does everything in its power to help you. I know people have been like, man, character creation super convoluted. I'm like, how do you... Like, character creation is not convoluted. This is a really simple way of doing character creation. Arguably, it's too simple in some regards, because you, like, your first level, like, your first character that you get is going to feel like they don't have a lot. But, like, by the time you get done with, like, 2-3 sessions, you're going to have at least you're going to have another rank in a class. You're going to adopt kind of like a 3rd class maybe, or you're going to have like a better idea of what you want to play. And like what I was talking with Manality is, like, probably I would invest in Sage, or if I was using like the 2nd book, I would maybe invest in the Bard class. That'd be another good option for him. What I would most likely actually invest in is, again, probably go down the Sage one, or go down the Alchemist tree in the 3rd book. That would be what, again, it's one of those things, like, you can actually think of, hey, I want to go down this route. I want to go down this. I also can't picture players making this how do I want to word this? This is not a game you're going to be playing for, like, a 4-year campaign kind of thing. I don't think that kind of game, this works for that kind of game. If you play like once a month 4 years, yeah, then that's, you know, like, maybe. But you got to think about it is at the end of every session, you're going to get a +1 to an attribute. And the XP is going to get higher and higher and higher. I think hitting end game, kind of that level 10, I would say like level 10 is when you hit like, okay, we're at end game now. I think by the time you hit level 10ish, it's there's a clear end point for the game. It's not like, oh, well, you can go to level 20 or whatever. No. Like the game is we need to end the game soon because like there does kind of hit a point after level 8 that soon like the characters start getting a lot more powerful than possibly, then the game can kind of start scale. The game does scale fairly well. It just maybe it's like, okay, we're hitting the point where this story needs to stop. And that's how the game is designed, though. You gotta remember that. That's on purpose. But yeah, I like the game a lot. I would say compared to Goblin Slayer, and I think that's gonna be a lot of things like when I do the video on Sword World, what I'm gonna have to do is like compared to Goblins. Sword World is a lot more. It's kind of hard to word it. Goblin Slayer has a very specific beat it wants to do. It's saying we are a Goblin Slayer game using Sword World as our baseline. But then you have the things of like, oh, here's the spell slots you get. Here's the... Because you don't really have mana in that one, but you do have mana because that's how the fucking game works. But it's like you have the attrition system in Goblin Slayer. I like the attrition system. I think the attrition system is really fascinating. I understand why it's not in Sword World, however, because that would be really fucking stupid. But if you like, man, I really like Goblin Slayer, then you might like Sword World as well, but it's not going to be as... If you just use Rulebook 1, it might not be as complicated, and that might turn people off. But generally speaking, Sword World as is good. I like it. And yes, I even like the Fellows mechanic. When Mr. Y pointed out that it's fucking... When it is effectively pawns from Dragon Dogma, it all clicked. It clicked too well, arguably, and that clicking too well was far too funny to neglect. But that's Sword World 2.5. Do I recommend this game wholeheartedly? I think everyone should take a look at it at least. Is there anything that I can steal from this mercilessly? No. I don't really think there is. Maybe outside like the Fellows mechanic, but that doesn't really count as a hirelings at the end of the day. It's the one thing with Sword World, and this is going to kind of loop back to kind of a grander question I want to ask everybody. Sword World is a perfectly designed game. But something I can't really, like, there's nothing about Sword World that I can be like, all right, cool, look at all these fun parts here. Sword World is way too derivative to want to steal from it. Not necessarily that, because, like, the thing is this, I liked the attrition system from Goblin Slayer. That could be, like, that could serve as its own, like, idea. And even things like His Night and stuff, like, even games that are, like, very derivative. Like, you can usually find something in here. I think the thing with Sword World is that it's so tightly designed, and it's so... I don't know how to word it properly. Sword World exists perfectly in a space where there's nothing to take from it. Because you can't. Because it doesn't make any sense if you try to take anything from it. The only thing that I could, in the theory, say, like, okay, it's time to maybe, like, rip out of, like, maybe we can, like, maybe I could tear this out and see what I could do with it, would be the idea of, like, maybe, like, the ability score system and more consistent growth. But, like, out of all of this, it's such a tightly built game that you can't unscrew any part of it that makes any remote amount of sense. It's so tightly built that it's almost like there's no wiggle room. And I think that to me kind of summarizes one of its major flaws, is there is zero wiggle in Sword World. It's so perfectly put together that you can't do anything else in it. And it sounds kind of silly to say, you know, being like, this game is too well made. And it is, like, arguably it is so precise and so decent. So doing its one thing and it doesn't want to do anything else. And that's fine. I don't hate any part of Sword World. I actually like every part of this game, but there's nothing for me to take. As a game designer, it's actually interesting to look at as more of a perfect evolution, you could say, of an old formula. And it is, to me anyway, like, if someone came up to me and said, okay, you have 3 options. You can play this OSR game, you can play Pathfinder, you can play Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, or you can play Sword World. I would take Sword World every time, because Sword World is going to give you the most amount of fun per metric possible. But I would want to GM something else. The odd thing. It's so perfectly designed that it's hard for me to be like, hey, there's things I want to steal. Because there really isn't, outside, again, some more broader concepts of, like, the class system not strictly being the class. That's really the only thing that I can think of, like, be like, it's time to steal this particular idea. That I think is like the grand sin, you could say, of Sword World. It's too good, and there's nothing for me to do with it. But and that's what I like doing these cases for. See, that's the real reason I do these cases, is I want to find new things to introduce people to things, and I want to say, hey, I want to, like, we could do something with this idea. We could do something with this idea. Arguably, like, the only major thing of this game, outside, again, like, the classes system, that doesn't make you want to ruin it. It's one of those things I don't really know how you could ruin Sword World. That's the funny thing. The only way to ruin it would be, like, it's time to, like, yeah, that's the problem. I don't think, like, if you run the game, like, deliberately as is, I genuinely don't think you could break it. Like, no situation in the game, like, it, as I was, how did I put it in the Autism and Asshole in the other server? Where was it? Oh yeah, the damn thing does everything except roll the dice for you, and even then, it really wants to. I think that's the major sin with Sword World. Is that it takes you by the hand, it's as friendly as physically possible, it does everything in its power to make sure that you are going to maximize the amount of fun you're going to have, and you're going to go on its little track, and you're going to enjoy going on its track. Can you do other things in it? Hell yeah. Yeah, you can definitely do other things with this game. Can you kind of put in your own fantasy world? Of course you can. Just follow just make sure you follow the right line. You know, color inside of the lines. I think that's another good way of putting Sword World, is it's a game designed around coloring inside the lines. You can change the color, you can change the look, but you will always be coloring inside of the lines. And I'm fine with it. I like that aspect of it. It's very tightly designed. There's nothing for me to take, though. There's nothing for me to harvest. Let's just say that. And some people are going to lose their fucking mind over that. Other people are not. Kind of depends on your. It depends on your perception. That's the final notepad add-on review. Do you like having a fun, like a perfectly designed game, just a perfectly fine game? Nothing extremely amazing, nothing extremely bad, just good. A solid 8 out of 10. I love it. I think it is good. I think every part of Sword World is good. And that could be infuriating to some. Also, I should talk about some of the grander issue. I mentioned this a little bit, but I think it's appropriate. Do I think Sword World will ever get an official translation in the West? Absolutely not. I do honestly believe that we will never see a Sword World 2.5 in the West. don't even think we'll see a Sword World 3. Well, maybe a 3rd edition, but I don't think we'll ever see this outside of this unofficial translation, which took 3 years to make. Effectively, it took 3 years. Why is that the case? Why do I believe that? Sword World would die on release here, because it doesn't really do anything amazingly unique. Like, it's the what you would have to do to sell this game, it would quite literally be, this is Japanese D&D. That's how you would have to sell it. And the problem is, you would have to sell it as, this is Japanese D&D, and there are going to be people who are going to lose their fucking mind. That was kind of like one of the big things I was commenting on with Goblin Slayer, which was, this is a game built around you enjoying Goblin Slayer, because if you don't enjoy Goblin Slayer, there really isn't much else here. It's a great game, great, amazing, like, actually very well put together game, but it's like, if you want, like, I don't think it would survive contact with the Western market. That's, I think, the issue. And we don't have any of the numbers for Goblin Slayer's actual sales here in the West. We don't have any sales figures. Unless unless somebody works for Yen Press. But I don't have that. I don't have a connection in Yen Press. I mean, if anyone does, now's the time to tell me. But it's like, even down to the fact that, like, Yen Press has yet to replace the Konosuba image for Goblin Slayer TRPG. They still haven't changed that. It's still labeled as the thing. Which I've like, did Konosuba outsell Goblin Slayer? Did someone fuck up? Did someone not understand, like... And I think that's kind of the issue with Sword World, and in turn, kind of Goblin Slayer here in the West, is... Can you run this as, like, a pure fantasy adventure game? Hell yeah, you can run it as a pure fantasy adventure game. And there's not really any weebish aspects to it. That's the funny thing with Sword World. If you really look at it, there's not like, oh, well, you gotta power up your ki. This isn't fucking TBZ or anything. It's... You look at it, you're like, oh, it's just fantasy. It's just really high. It's high fantasy, don't get me wrong. But it's just fantasy. It's fantasy TM. And it's like, I think a lot of people disregard Sword World based entirely off the fact that it is, it's anime looking, people don't like that. It's like, oh, well, it's just going to be an anime game. It's not. It's really not. But, yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a official Sword World translation here in the West. If anything, because there's already an unofficial one and a very good one. The unofficial translation was good. I'll say that kind of like as an ending remark. The unofficial translation was amazing. Did everything perfectly. There was some like slight like typographical like errors, but that was mostly like, oh wow, you didn't center the numbers correctly. Oh no, Jesus, I cannot look at this again. Yeah, that's that. It's time, everybody. It's time for our favorite part of the week. Time where I get to log into fucking Kickstarter, because they always log me out, even though I keep telling them to keep me logged in. I do keep logging me out. Okay, come on, there we are. I don't know why they keep logging me out. It is. So, games. Tabletop games. Projects sorted by newest. Let's do it, everybody. Let's learn to game. And good start, everybody. Good start. Oh, my favorite, where we get to interpret Japanese bullshit. Isekai the board game. Oh, that'll be fun. Cool. Personal mafia-based game with an adult theme. Oh no. Every day I live in pain with a Carbon 2185, the fucking 5e cyberpunk game. And mind you, this came out. When did this come out? When did this officially launch? Let's do. When did this launch? Oh, it launched yesterday. Now remember, I want everybody to remember this. I want actually, this is an important idea that I want everybody to remember. Got another stretch, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, that's my back. I want you to remember that this guy over here, this what's your fucking name? Dead Channel Studios has gotten on their knees and is just fucking sucking wizard cock, just fucking going to town on that fucking thing, just sucking. They're aiming for the top. They are going for International Hoover Vacuum Cleaner Award tier. This is not even a day after the fucking OGL crisis has ended. Not even a day. I love it. I love it. Jesus fucking Christ. All you people, I hate, like, and it's funny, because again, it's one of those things, like, if you want me to get, like, this is going to be me getting a little annoyed here. Oh, we won the open D&D thing. We're the real heroes. Oh my goodness, good job, team. We did it. Yay! And then immediately it's just like, let's resubscribe to D&D Beyond. Let's keep buying shit from the DMs Guild, being like, these guys kicked you in the fucking dick. They kicked you in the dick, and you're like, oh man, thank God it's over. Now I'll continue licking the boots. Man, I sure do love it. I mean, it's like, you have, like, Mayfly memory? And people funded it. It's gonna use the OGL. No, you don't understand. It's using the SRD. What the fuck are you on about? Like, that doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. You are still supporting a product by a company that kicked you in the fucking dick. That's the problem. It gets you in the dick. And you're like, oh man, I sure do love this. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Isekai the board game. Where what? $? Look, is Singaporean dollar. Oh, it's Singapore. Okay, that adds up. Heroes with overpowered skill. Revealed dice card. Resolve tile. So it's not even... You don't even have dice. You have dice cards a little bit. Reborn as an overpowered hero. Insta-kill. Like, he can instantly kill thing. One-shot any enemy, including the last boss. That's all he can do. She can teleport any tile to any tile. One guy can time stop. He can do a complete defense. Perfect maps or absolute charm, endless wealth, destiny control. Yeah, so the entire gimmick is that you're like using these cards and shit to actually like win and play the game. I mean, that's prologue manga. Oh Jesus. I mean, I'm in. I mean, it's looking like it's doing pretty good. Like, it's made its money. It's making money, so I can respect that. Okay, let's play our favorite game in which we try to interpret Japanese board games. Let's see. We've got 2 cards, tokens. Oh Jesus, what the fuck? Okay, it looks like you like flip it over and then she goes crazy or something, but you're trying to figure out who's like fucking what's the name of this game? Maybe that'll give us a hint of what's going on with it. Let's see. The Chord of Happiness, competitive puzzle game to weave happiness. So, okay, it looks like you're supposed to like string things together, maybe. Like that's the idea. You're supposed to like string various cards together. But if you fuck up, everyone goes Bananarama insane and tries to kill you. Alright, I'm in. Fuck it. System neutral. Wow, it's not system neutral though. I hate to break it. I see a D20 there. System agnostic. See, I always love it anytime someone's like, it's system agnostic. I'm like, that means you've written nothing. That's the fun part. You've written nothing. Cheating rules. Incredible. God bless Singapore. Yeah, no, it's I love the Asians. They've done nothing wrong. Epic superhero tabletop. Or wow, doesn't this already exist? Yeah, somebody. Oh, that's somewhat emotionally painful, but Hogmouth owlbears. Oh wow, the Leprechaun's Trap. D&D 5th edition. Good job, team. Puzzle Cubes, Rising Storm, Bossa New Edition. Bigfoot Till Death Do Us Part. Blasting off again, a Team Rocket inspired zine. Oh. Oh man, I sure do love a single pitch where everyone's like, it's time to play Team Rocket. Wowie zowie. I love the deep state. Rugapalooza, a cryptocurrency card game about rug pulls. Wow, it's a cryptocurrency. Wait a second. Realms of Pugmire. So they're just redoing Pugmire, I guess. Is this like Pugmire's 2nd edition? I guess not, but I guess it is, but isn't Pugmire just 2nd edition? Because yeah, Pugmire. So this is technically Pugmire 2nd edition. Let's actually oh, it's for backers only. So yeah, this would just be Pugmire 2nd edition, right? Is that oh really it is? Yeah, I think this is it looks like it's just an updated version of Pugmire, which people seem to like Pugmire. People bought Pugmire, even though it was technically OGL as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they're updating the rules because of the OGL crisis. I would not be surprised if that were the case. Two thin coats. He's doing another one. Go Duncan. You'll see he will deliver us from evil. Generally speaking, I heard absolutely no one say anything positive about Pugmire, but I also heard say no one said anything negative. It was kind of that game that came out, it existed, and then nobody talked about it again. Like, it clearly did well. Like, it clearly made money, but it just, nothing ever came. Like, nobody gave a shit about it kind of thing. Oh, we got there's a new Morkborg game. It's powered by Morkborg. Good job, team. We found Morkborg RPG Zine Anthology with a bunch of games I've never heard about, nor do I care about. Good job, team. We did it. We did it. Color My Quest, Dungeon Run, Hokey Fortune. STL, STL, STLs, God, I love STLs. Die Hard Minis, cool. Brink of Shadow, a 5th edition compatible adventure. Wow. 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 Wow, is that? Gasland Rapunzel. I guess, is this like the I wonder if this is the Spanish translation of... I don't want it in Japanese, trust me. I want it in English. English American. Spanish. English. Gaslands refueled. So yeah, it looks like this is just like a Spanish like translation of the game. Oh, that's kind of that's neat. I guess. I don't really. Cool. Good. Go team. You can do it. I believe in you. Dark Wizard Games. Cool. An open games license. It's $1,000 to congratulate to. Like this guy's been paid $87 to make something that doesn't exist. Awesome. I love. Okay, we've already seen all these. Fuck. Do we have anything fun on saved projects? Do we have anything fun over here? Wifer is still going. Come on, Wifer. You can make it. I believe in you. Dungeon Caster seems to have made it like 10 times over again. People seem to like it. Good job, team. It's from LA though, so I mean it's a kind of immediately first, but hey, what do I know? Exactly. Like it clearly, the thing is, Pugmire did well enough to justify a bunch of setting books and the monarchies of Mao, and there was a rat book too. Like they clearly justified it. But I never heard of anybody talk about it. That's like one of those tragic things. Like I've never hear anybody like reference it in any like positive or negative light. It was just like, is the thing that exists. And there's a lot of games that are just things that exist. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's a little bit sad, but hey. No, okay, not a good start. Not a good start. Un Diego del rol no millennio 41 into hersi. Un Diego del rol utilise il sistema di Kernesi Insperio profumandente del Diego y Espirito de Dark Heresy Second Edition while el resto de la línea de Fantasy Flight Games en este PDF podrás encontrar. I believe I just offended every single Spaniard. I just butchered everything in Spanish. I need to make sure that people understand that I don't speak Spanish. Let's see. Is there anything fun and exciting? 24 excesos de las version gratuita de las reglas utilizadas por las series 2400 de juego del Rare Esquire por Jason Tochi. Estas reglas están publicadas bajo una licencia Creative Commons Attribution 4.0. Adentras de las reglas dentro de archivos encontrarás congelos sobre cómo adaptar las reglas o diseño para tus from highest cretaceous documents del reference del sistema. There we go. Now that I've you were fine tuning it near the my throat's killing me. Yeah, no, I don't speak Spanish. If you haven't realized, everyone, I don't speak Spanish. Let's see, Morkborg. I love Morkborg. Morky, Morky. Man, I love Morkborg. I sure do love Morkborg. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I'll fucking do it again. Goofy. I'm goofy. Yuck. Yuck. Hey, look, everybody. It's me, right here. Metal Saviors. Download it now. I have a gun. Let's see. Do we have anything else? We love Morkborg here, don't you know? We are the biggest fan. We are the biggest Morkborg fans. Thank you very much. We will accept all the cookies. So let's Changeling Le Song. This is the French one. Let's do live. We just want to do live ones. Postcard Maximum Apocalypse Wasted Wilds by Boom Boom Games. Oh, guys, why'd you fund Zweihander? Oh, man, that just makes me sad now. You funded Garfield Hander. Oh, man. Oh, God. Le Project. Le Project. Les Archelot Esfera des Vos présenter presque LSD de l'expédition, un jeu de rôle plaquant l'analyse partagée, et la coopération au centre des mécaniques. Incarnes des engagés, televenteles menties du vaste Los terras glacia de cryo est illes derivates du satros tatros. Fondes votre campagna embarques a board a vehicle et montes de expedition. So you pretty much are going on an expedition and you're going to be mounted on a vehicle to do a thing. You're going on an expedition. Looks like it's vaguely... Is it a role-playing game? Looks like a role-playing. It looks like a role-playing game, but it looks like a very structured role-playing game, if that makes sense. Like, you are going to be playing its game first and everything else second. And I guess that has an appeal. I mean, looks interesting enough. I mean, color me interested. How about that? I mean, game on tabletop. Talked about you. You showed up. You showed up what? I can't remember where you show up. Yeah, that's Torg. I like Torg. Cool. Pathfinder 2nd edition. Dragon Conquer America. Dragons Conquer America? This came out forever ago, right? Guess this is the French version? The Francosphere version? I can't, the thing is, I can select English. I can do that. On the other hand, I can just make the entire website in French, and it's far funnier that way. Okay, nothing too, let's do drive-through. It's gonna be like, you needed to log off. Cool, let me just log on again. We go here, and then we click that. Cool, scared to a new horror RPGs. Wow. Wow. Battletech Dominion. Battletech is like one of the best-selling titles. That's both amusing and saddening at the same time. Cyberpunk, World Without Number. People keep telling me I should go over the Without Number series, but I'm like, Cyborg. Because again, like it's shit like Blade Runner. Like people are like, yeah, Blade Runner is like this amazing game. It's top selling, but like, I genuinely have never heard a single person talk about it. Thank you very much for following Zirian 4001. I've never actually heard of a single person talk about the Blade Runner RPG in any capacity. Like nobody ever talks about it. It's great. That's how I know. That's how I know it's good. That's the thing. I always know a game's really good when nobody talks about it. That's how I know. And you could be like, oh well, people don't talk about things all the time. Oh, wait, it's out? Well, speak of the devil, I didn't know you were out. Well, hello there, my friend. It's been a while. It's been a while, my friend. So apparently I can select it for English campaign, language English. Oh, so there are other ones. OSR compatible, Fading Suns? Psy Kids, Torg Eternity. I have the high ground. Flash Gordon's cool. No, I'm good. Yeah, Everyday Heroes is a thing now. Only an Electrum seller? That's kind of interesting. So, interesting note here. Do you see rule system Everyday Heroes? Wait, what? They published everything. They have the Crow Cinematic Adventure. See, that's kind of interesting to me. See, that's really fascinating. That's really fascinating. Because if, like... Yeah, okay, so people have clearly bought, like... The 250 people have bought the core rulebook. Like, Escape from New York. But only 100 plus people bought from Escape from New York and The Crow. I mean, God, I guess that's still a lot of fucking money, all things considering. Billable character sheets, Everyday Hero. Yeah, so Everyday Heroes is officially out. And it's clearly out there. And the thing is, that's the funny thing. It is labeled under its own thing. Interesting. Interesting times we live in, everybody. Interesting times we live in. Yeah, there's best-selling titles. There's Avatar, but it's only a gold seller. God, it's only a gold seller after this long. That's physically painful. Ah, good time. See, that's always the funny thing when you look at some of like the metal tiers and stuff. Like Everyday Heroes had a good-sized Kickstarter. But you have to remember, Avatar had a $9.5 million Kickstarter, and it's only gold tier. Avatar just arrived in hard copy. It just arrived? Damn, that's... Well, they were... Because I went over the game already, and I'm like, it's PBTA, it's fine, not great, it's fine. It's a thing that definitely exists. Interesting. Like that was like my sterling criticism of Avatar Legends. It's PBTA and it definitely exists. But I'm like my theory there was like people weren't buying it for the game. People were buying it for all the shit that came with it. It came with a lot of stuff. I remember. It's like like an insane amount of stuff. Yeah, Phaser, Poppedia. Yeah, there's Crimson King, Tiny Dungeons. Yeah, there's not much. Let's be let's call a spade here, people. There's not a lot here. So I think we're going to be calling it here. Generally speaking, we are. Let's see. What's going on this next week? It was generally the thing is it was my theory on the Avatar game was that it was as cheap as physically possible to make because it is legitimately just masks. The only thing different with it is it's kind of like its bending system, but it doesn't have a bending system. That's the funny part. It legitimately doesn't have a bending system in the Avatar: The Last Airbender game. It doesn't exist, mind you. the what I think with it was I'm gonna sneeze here in a second. What I think it was the company got the license and they wanted to pump out something as cheap and efficiently as possible. So what they did was they pumped out a game that was not difficult to create. They marketed the shit out of it and they added in a bunch of stuff because I know they work pretty hard with Avatar Studios. And it's like, okay. And it also kind of fell into, ironically enough, the Avatar trap. It was a $9.5 million Kickstarter that absolutely nobody remembers. Like, you don't hear anybody talk about it. And that's always like one of those things I always find interesting. Because you would think like, $9.5 million Kickstarter, people should be talking about it. Like, just don't. Like, the only kind of discourse you ever find is, hey, let's talk about... It's either, let's talk about my game, or let's talk about D&D. Those are like the big things people talk about. They don't talk about anything else. It's D&D and let's talk about my game that I wrote. Don't talk about other fucking games. Like, and like you can make an argument like, oh, well, that's just kind of the nature of the beast, but it is kind of sad in a way. It's like, it's weird because people are like, we're a gold seller. I'm like, that's 250 copies. You sold 250 copies, and that's a $9.5 million Kickstarter. And you sold 250 copies. It's like, oh, Lord Almighty. And it's not like DriveThru is like this tiny website nobody's heard of before. DriveThru is the largest tabletop role-playing game, distributor. And it's like, oh, yeah, technically fucking like Fabula Ultima, beat them out. But like Fabula Ultima was like, oh, yeah, it beat them out completely. And people talk about Fabula every now and again, but it's funny because it's the amount of time I just hear people talk about Fabula is people talking to me about, oh, well, I saw the video on it and I understand why you don't like it. Or people telling me, oh, I agree that I don't like Fabula very much. It's like, what the fuck? What in the goddamn? But yeah, no, that's we'll call it there. Next week, if we look at my handy dandy schedule-rino here. Where is what do we got? What do we got to work on? Generally speaking, looking at what we kind of have to add to the list, most likely we will do. Let's see what's looking good. We can probably do maybe the Price of Freedom and another Detox. Work. Yeah, I mean, or we can do. You know what? We can do Briars and Burrows. We can do Briars and Burrows. We can make it a double week of talking about animal RPGs. That could work. Or I can finally, again, it's like, do I start kicking my way through the detoxes? Or do I start doing something else? I don't know. I guess we can do, you know what? Let's do Price of Freedom. We'll do Price of Freedom. And Cyborg? Maybe we do Cyborg? I could do another, again, I could do a Detox. I mean, let's see. Do I have any like funny and things in the design pipeline? No. Yeah, I'll think on it. I got a few ideas what we can do next time around. Let's see. Is there anything fun and exciting? I do plan on, you ever think about making some actual play? Like the way I've debated on it, but like I have a very bad time of like when I'm like I'm scared to do it with people on my server. I hate to break it to everyone. I hate to do it with people on my server because I have a strange feeling the gamer word will immediately be said, just immediately. I can't really do it with my my IRL friends as easily because we refer to each other as our real names. They wouldn't say like, "Oh, Notepad, how are you?" They'd be like, "Oh, hey, you." Like, and I would be referring to them as their real names. So I'm like, that doesn't quite work. If I do something with it, I know kind of the group I would need to do it with. But it would be a little bit complicated. But generally speaking, this week I have 2 goals in mind. One, we're going to finish Gachimuchi Super Smashers. No matter how cursed that fucking game is, we're going to finish it. That's my goal this next week. I will say most likely we'll... depending on... I kind of had a revelation the other night. And I think I know how to do combat pretty well. I think. It'll take me a bit, but I'm like... I'm relatively confident. As for anything else, Emoclore, I need to wrap up Emoclore. We need to, I want not say wrap up necessarily, but we need to power through Emoclore. Which is, that might be tomorrow even, where I just sit down and we just power as far through Emoclore as physically possible. It kind of depends on the feeling. I might play some video tomorrow, I don't fucking know. As for the rest of the week, it kind of depends on where things go. We do have a commission project after Super Smashers, which I'm feeling all right about. I need to reference a few material the way they were talking about it, so it's gonna be a little bit odd in that regard. But I'm feeling pretty all right. We'll play it by ear a little bit. I don't really have too much planned this week, so yeah. Godspeed, good luck. I'll see you all on the flip side, most likely tomorrow, in which you will see me die a little on the inside as we Emoclore. So thank you, Godspeed, good luck, and I will see you all later.